morning. Dear colleagues, honorable guests, dear friends, partners, good morning. We are starting today our concluding event within the Erasmus Plus Capacity Building for Higher Education project, entitled by Minerva. That's meaning strengthening research management and open science capacities of higher education institutions in Moldova and Armenia. So, being a second coordinator of this really ambitious project, I'm really pleasant to welcome each of you. Personally, I would like to say great thanks to our honorable guests who are supporting the implementation of Minerva project on the national level in both countries, in Moldova and Armenia. And of course, with great pleasure and sympathy and friendliness, I would like to say all partners who supported us and who are now present in person in this nice environment, conference room. I would like to thank a lot to the host organization. Great thanks to the rector of the Creangă Pedagogical State University, Alexandru, and the team who supported us, the director of the future classroom, for hosting us today. And also I would like to thank all partners. So Minerva has really large number of partners who has been involved and did a lot of changes and structural changes in their institutions. So I would like to welcome and say thanks being with us to the State University of Medicine and Pharmacy of Moldova and the whole team who are present here. Technical University of Moldova, thanks. We have members of the Rector's Council of Moldova, and this is really important because we try to involve as many as possible higher education institutions from Moldova, sharing with them our experience, problems, obstacles, and good results, and involving them to take our experience within their institutions. I would like to thank very much for supporting and to welcome to this event our partner Ministry of Education and Research of the Republic of Moldova. So all these partners have been presented by Moldova within the Minerva project. I'm welcoming very much Armenian State University of Economics of Armenia and the whole team who is here. We have also Yerevan State Medical University named after Heratsi. Thank you very much and welcome. We have Yerevan Brusov State University of Armenia. Thank you to be with us today. And we have a Yerevan State University of Armenia. Thank you. So, and with great pleasure, I would like to say that we have also support and a partner, Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Armenia, and my thanks to the team who is present with us. And now we have our experts, our guru, our mentors, the partners from the European Union. And with great pleasure, I would like to welcome University of Liège, Belgium, Université de Studi Guglielmo Marconi, you're welcome. University of Valencia, Spain, Alfredo is joining us. University Côte d'Azur team, hello and you're welcome. University of Montpellier, France, they are with us online. Unfortunately, personally, they couldn't come. And we have one institution, research, European Policy Development and Research Institute, also joined us today online. So we have by these 17 partners who has been involved in our objectives of Minerva. So Minerva had 4 years of implementation, having the main objectives to advance national and institutional guidance policies related to the open science in Moldova and Armenia. We had a second objective to establish digital repositories at all project partners' higher education institutions in Armenia and to consolidate them in Moldova. to foster their infrastructural development and interoperability. And the third one, we had as an objective to build our human research capacities in order to ensure the sustainable implementation of open science principles, and what is more important, to enhance the social inclusiveness and accountability of publicly funded research. The third one, objective, remain very actual and important because we are going to continue our initiatives by developing citizens of science in both countries, and we are supporting you, inviting you to continue the Minerva idea and to take from us as much as possible our deliverables and to design your project ideas in continuation in order to support the research management and open science capacities in all institutions and at national level. So, and in continuation, I would like, and with great pleasure, I would like to invite Rector of Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova, saying that institutionally, Minerva is the third project coordinated by Academy of Economic Studies, capacity building, structural project, which is really very difficult, but having support from the administration of Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova, our rectors, Professor Olesea and Professor Alexandru, STRATAN, we could manage to make all the reforms within our institution and to support our partners in their endeavors. So, Professor Alexandru, please, I would like to invite you and to give you the microphone.
Thank you very much, dear Secretary General, Minister of Education and Research, Nadejda, VELIČCO, dear audience, honorable guests and participants. First of all, it's a great pleasure really to warmly welcome you on behalf of the community of the Academy of Economic Studies from Moldova. As well, my thanks going to our hosts for making it possible and sharing their hospitality to host us in these wonderful premises. Thank you very much, Vice-rector Armenia. My thanks first of all go to our tremendous and extraordinary team that was able to build such a wonderful consortia within and among several within our local community, then among several entities coming from and joining this consortium from abroad. I'm delighted to see here in Moldova this including conference our partners which were able to put their efforts and made all the possible to some way to teach us, to make it possible for us to take the best practices, exchange of experience concerning the strengthening capacities for the open science and research management in our local Moldovan higher education institutions. Well, when we talk about open science, of course, it's finally after 4 years of implementing this project, because we really have passed through different times due to pandemic, due to other constraints, but finally, probably all of us, we came to the conclusion that by practicing open science and regardless of the fact that there are some dilemmas, well, it is good, it is worth or not, I'm pretty sure all of us, we came to the same conclusion. By practicing this open science, it helps us. It helps us first of all because it makes our research outputs more accessible, with, avoiding different paywalls. It helps us because it ensures the researchers and the probably other stakeholders also to get this information, to access this information, regardless or despite of their location, wherever they are, and despite their economic situation. And also, finally, it is a tool probably to multiplicate, to boost the science and the results in that way that we could enhance and we could make a more quickly return on the investment provided by the state. Because in our case, in the case of the Republic of Moldova, we rely very much on public money. We understand that without investments in research and education, there is no way for sustainable development, and this is the best way to invest in the long run in order to obtain and to develop a sustainable and prepared economy that would resist and would be more robust and resilient to different constraints. For the society, not only for us in particular, open science probably will ensure for the future a better return on these investments in science and innovation sphere. And for all of us in particular, probably, of course, we understand that by opening our research, making it more accessible, it brings more possibilities to get more citations, to bring more bridges in cooperation. Me myself, I see this project as regardless of the fact that it has already proved to be very successful and has brought many results. For instance, within the Academy of Economic Studies, some of the results we were able to build a digital repository. We were able to adjust our internal regulations to go on to promote and to receive the Your Access logo and many other results, but also it is a bridge probably to enhance our future cooperations. And by the help of open science, we'll be able in the future to go further in accessing different funds from other European funded opportunities and calls like Horizon Europe, like the Danube strategy or Black Sea strategy or Visegrad funds. So there are many opportunities, and we can bring these people which have already proved to be reliable partners and to get further and even better results. And by the end, probably open science is also about, as Olesea said, accountability, reproducibility, fairness, honest results. Open science is about rigor and about openness. When you are open, of course, you are more detectable. Somehow you get more citations. The projects you are working on are more visible, and by this, finally, you are invited to join other opportunities, common research projects, or participating in writing and providing and elaborating different scientific books, papers, monographs, and so on and so forth. That's why allow me to congratulate. I will come to my words from the beginning to congratulate this wonderful team first of all, and I'm very glad to see here all the participants, and probably we'll be able to see tomorrow also our Belgian colleagues. Again, wonderful team, tremendous consortium, which I just would like that our activities will not stop here, and will go further. Thank you very much. So I'd like to bring also to thank Olesea for being able to you said it's the fourth year or the third project, so to conduct and to manage this project within the Academy of Economic Studies, but I really hope this is only one next bridge for our future and very fruitful collaborations in the future. Thank you very much, and I wish you a good stay in Moldova. For our partners coming from abroad, despite of the cold weather outside, please feel free in this internal only environment, and don't forget that Moldova is the country where we find wines come from.
In continuation, I'm very honored to invite General Secretary, Ministry of Education and Research of Moldova, Nadejda.
dear guests, dear colleagues, honorable assistants. First of all, I would like to congratulate the degree of Economic Science for this good management of Minerva project, and also congratulate all teams of all universities partners in this project. Secondly, also I would like to congratulate all of you this concluding conference and with these good results for this project. I'm very impressed for very interesting study visit in different European universities. Also the good analysis of national legislation. It's important the results of seminars and conferences organized in all of your countries and in different European universities. And now, my apologies for all partners, but I will transfer my speech in Romanian. Sorry for my English. Onorată asistență, stimați colegi, parteneri, dragi oaspeți, țin să vă felicit din capul locului pentru această conferință finală dedicată proiectului Minerva și, de fapt, dedicată științei deschise. Știința deschisă fiind una din cele 3 priorități ale Comisiei Europene, începând cu 2015, este una prioritară și pentru Republica Moldova. Despre aceasta vorbesc câteva documente importante, cum este Codul pentru știință și inovare, actualmente noua strategie Educație 2030, Moldova Digitală 2020, dar și alte documente care se așteaptă în următoarea perioadă. Ca rezultat, la această etapă avem 12 instituții de învățământ superior care sunt și au concepte și strategii foarte clare pe acest domeniu știința deschisă. 3 au strategii instituționale, alte 9 sunt cu concepte și politici clare puse pe site-urile acestor instituții în care vă puteți documenta respectiv. Sigur că menționam anterior că rezultatele acestui proiect sunt importante pentru dezvoltarea cercetării din țara noastră, dar și în țara parteneră Armenia, care a fost partenerul de bază în acest proiect, dar alături de partenerii europeni care ne-au oferit frumoase vizite, frumoase concepte, frumoase discuții și dezbateri pe care le-au avut colegii noștri în aceste instituții. Pe lângă toate acestea s-a făcut o analiză foarte clară a legislației naționale în fiecare din aceste state și sunt elaborate concepte care urmează să fie abordate la nivel de stat, la nivel național și care respectiv urmează să fie aprobate ulterior, în așa fel ca toate universitățile să fie implicate în acest proces, foarte important pentru întreaga țară. Sigur că au fost și multe propuneri în momentul când au fost organizate seminarii în instituțiile de învățământ, conferințe în această perioadă de 3 ani și sigur că au fost propuneri foarte bune pentru care și noul program de cercetări care se așteaptă în următoarea perioadă după 2023, aceste propuneri vor fi luate în considerație. Și un moment în care vreau să menționez că astăzi se va discuta strategia Educație 2030, iar componenta cercetare, inclusiv știința deschisă, este componentă principală în acest document. Asta ar însemna o finanțare mai bună, asta ar însemna o susținere mai bună a cercetătorilor, inclusiv a celor tineri și invitarea celor tineri în procese de cercetare serioasă, promovarea cercetătorilor noștri la toate nivelele, atât național cât și internațional, participarea noastră în programele Orizont Europa și, în acest fel, trebuie să ne consolidăm toate eforturile pentru a face față acestui domeniu atât de important pentru economia națională, cercetarea și inovarea. Vreau să vă doresc o discuție creativă, impresionantă, cu noi idei, cu noi propuneri, care urmează apoi să fie introduse în documentele de politici ale acestui proiect Minerva. Vă doresc succes!
With great pleasure and continuation, I would like to invite VIRABYAN, representing Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sports of the Republic of Armenia. Ani, please.
conference participants, on behalf of Science Committee, the Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sport of the Republic of Armenia and myself, allow me to warmly welcome you to the final conference of the project Minerva. I'm glad to be present with you at this important event, which is meant to highlight new ways of developing of open science policy. It's encouraging, and the Minerva project has managed to bring together representatives of Moldovan and Armenian universities and of public bodies over the 4 years who are ready to contribute to the implementation and development of Moldovan and Armenian science, electronic governance and public visibility. I'm especially glad that the representatives of European universities are taking part in the final conference of the Minerva project to willingly share with us the rich knowledge and experience gained in their prestigious universities. The vitality of this meeting is also determined by the circumstance. I would like to express my gratitude to the Minerva project for its great contribution to the development of open science policy, and also welcome to full participation of all institutions involved in the project. I am sure that the discussions held during this conference will be interesting and useful, and the atmosphere of the conference will be conducive to the emergence of new ideas. I wish all of us fruitful work and new success. My colleague Artyom Zarkisyan will present the process of open science in Armenia and in more details later on. Thank you.
With us and having support of the National Agency for Research and Development, I would like to invite the director of the agency, Vadim.
Dear guests, dear audience, first of all, dear organizers, let me thank you for the invitation of our agency to this event. The agency wasn't a partner in the project, but we, with great interest, followed the activities that we implemented in this project. And I would like to tell you some words about our agency and about our work in the field of open science. So the National Agency for Research and Development is a governmental body established with the aim to support the excellence of research and innovation in the Republic of Moldova. And we try to do this mission due to the governmental funding that we provide to research organizations for realizing their projects and promotion of the research results. So here we have different instruments to support the research, different funding programs, and after finalizing of these projects, we trying to do our best to promote these research results because we are very interested in the results of research and technologies are going to the market, are going to be used really by the users, by the society. And this is possible only according to the concept of open science, because actually I would like to mention that all of us know that all that is around us, all the scientific and technological developments are possible due to open science research, due to the results that are published, are used by one researcher and another, by exchanging, by transferring the knowledge, by obtaining new products and services. And Ms. General State Secretary mentioned about the European Union support for open science research and its programs. For example, Horizon Europe, it's the biggest program for research and innovation of the European Union that supports researchers and open research, because as we know, in this program, researchers has, let's say, more obligation to publish than the results for open publications. And in the Republic of Moldova, our agency is implementing this Horizon Europe program. in order to allow our researchers to be more competitive, to participate not only in the national programs but in the international as well, to grow, to become more visible, more participations in this program from our researchers, and we really encourage you to participate more in this program because for the period 2021-2027, the European Commission offer a great support to researchers for this Horizon Europe program to develop, to participate, and for this our agency is offering you all the support. We have a national network for national contact points for the thematics of Horizon Europe program. We organize different events, and we also participate in the schemes for national funding. In the configuration of Horizon Europe programs, we participate in some schemes where we provide national funding to support the researchers to participate in these schemes. Here I encourage you to be close to us, to visit our website, to see what programs, what competitions are open and will be open, and previous as well. And one more I would like to mention that the agency is a member of EOSC, European Open Science Cloud initiatives of the European Union. This cloud allows researchers to be more visible, to publish their results in their repositories and other instruments that this cloud provides. And in 2021, it started to be more promoted by European Union, and the many documents have been already elaborated. National Agency for Research and Development is the member of EOSC in the governing board, and also is a member in the European Open Science Cloud Association, the EOSC Association, where we participated in meetings of these committees that have the aim to elaborate and promote the policies on the open science at European level. And here we have a mission to deliver these policies to the researchers, and now we are working together with the Ministry of Education and Research on the objectives for European research area, and one of the objectives is the open science cloud. And here we encourage you to work with us, all the research organizations, to work with us to participate, because in my view, you are the users. We are the policy makers and the implementers making this for you, because this is your goal to use this open science research and to, as I mentioned in the beginning, to make this possible to transform in some concrete results and new products or services, and not only. And here we'd like to conclude my speech and to congratulate all the partners of this project. The host of this event is very nice and modern room. And I would like to hope the great success for this conference. Thank you.
Mr. Petrovich, thank you very much. And finally, a very important team which I would like to welcome here is a team of the Erasmus Plus National Office of Moldova, and I'm really very honored that Claudia MELINTE is a national coordinator who accepted to be with us and to say opening words. Ms. Claudia.
Thank you. Dear General Secretary of the Ministry, dear rectors, dear audience, colleagues, guests. So this is a, how to say, very good day, but this is a closing conference. So this is unfortunately an ending event in this great project, capacity building project in the field of the open science. So the aims of the capacity building project in general is to build capacity. So this is one of the projects which are very proud, and one of the team of this consortium of Moldova, team of Moldova University, which are also very proud, because this is a project which is coordinated by Moldova University, and not only Moldova University, but Moldova University, which started coordinating the first project, Clasa Viitorului, coordinated by the National University of Moldova. So it is very important for us to know that we have persons capable, who is able to have a good idea, to build a consortia, to find good partners, to find and to how to say, to write a project and to win the project. So more than to implement the project in Moldova, so this is a big work. And I congratulate the coordinator of the project, Mrs. SÄRBU, and all the consortium for your great work in the frame of this project. So my wish for you for today, but for the future, firstly, this is not to stop here. I wish you more and more Erasmus, and not only Erasmus, international projects, and you will have all our support. So more and more projects for you in the future, for the modernization of higher education in Moldova, and for education, modernization of our countries. Thank you.
Ms. Melinte, thank you very much. Dear friends, I would like to say friends, because 4 years together, it's not only colleagues, now we really build our friendship and professional work together. I would like again to thank very much our honorable guests being with us, supporting us, and giving opening words to the whole consortium. I would like to invite you to join us and to be with us in continuation. And some words technically to explain how we will work in continuation and what is our aim in our next hours. So dear friends, due to the technical issue, the next session or our here being and working will be till 12:30, and then we will guide you to the second floor of this nice building, the same future classroom with another friendship environment where we will continue our work there. And in continuation, I would like to invite, we will continue with our work having the time and using this opportunity being time management effective. This radical could come with me. I would like to invite Natalia Timush. Natalia, where you are here, please come. And Artyom, please also join us here. So by this, you notice that the working language is English one today, and I would like to say that don't be afraid to discuss, because this is a lifelong learning. We are learning by doing. Experience is very important. So, very honored to be. I would like to say that when we designed the Minerva, we had really too many ambitions, objectives to say, and the project has been evaluated by the European Commission as very ambitious one. But I would like to say that we managed to achieve all the objectives and even more. just because we have such a partner, such a people involved in our teams, and I understood that this is very important. And I'm happy to say that a lot of friendships will continue after the end of the project, but now I would like to stress your attention that the sustainability of our ideas and of our work is very important. So therefore, these 2 days we will work specifically on these issues. But now, I would like to say that Minerva has been focused and designed on 2 main pillars. First, we were willing to design and continue to consolidate, to develop, to promote, and to make it more effective our research management at institutional level. And we decided to take a new opportunity coming from the European Union, open science, because it was 4 years ago only some boards of the experts in both countries raising this issue as a new trend within the research and science. So open science was just at the beginning, and we decided to develop it in our countries and to consolidate our capacities. So therefore the project has been based on these 2 directions, but we designed 3 main work packages dedicated to different levels and to different issues. So we will present now the results achieved, because this is 3 main work packages and the main deliverables which were designed and which were achieved by each partner. And in continuation, I would like to present my beloved person, to say like this, a respectful one, which I'm respecting very much, and with help of each, I will not achieve as grant coordinator the results to manage to achieve. And my Armenian partners, they know specifically how she can be stubborn and dictator a little bit. Radhika Krudu is, I would like to present you, she's a manager of the project, because I learned in my coordination of the big projects to delegate the responsibilities. But of course, responsibility cannot be delegated. I'm responsible for the project, but at least for achieving of the results, I learned to give this opportunity to be to my colleagues, and within all my projects which I'm coordinating, I have managers, people with a high level of professional issues, attitudes, and I will now pass the microphone to Radhika, because she will continue to present with our colleagues responsible for each working package, to present you the results which we, with the whole team, achieved within the Minerva.
Thank you, Olesea. After these wonderful words, I have to keep the standards high, imagine. I do remember a few years ago when I was in Washington, and Kristalina Georgieva was just presented as the managing director of the World Bank, and she said, she's the lady of making goods done, or things done. So, in other words, I feel like Kristalina Georgieva, Olesea, and I don't say Alexandru Marcaru, but after a few hour meetings, he said, Radhika is a dictator. She's a very tough manager, because I was all the time asking from them to deliver, to upload the Untitled, and so on and so forth. But this is how we managed to achieve the results and those objectives that were set in the project. This is how we make the things done. We push things to move. We design the legislation, we carry out activities, we provide deliverables, and this is how we move towards the development, right? Regarding the Minerva projects that you introduced to today's panels, today's session, because this session will be focused on the development packages, the 3 packages, which are very, very ambitious packages. And the first one is related, where it's relying on the harmonization of legislative framework of open science. We had the speech of the General Secretary of the Ministry of Republic of Moldova, Education Research in the Republic of Moldova. And Mrs. VELITCO mentioned about some legislative inputs. In fact, the title, harmonizing, is in fact, should be replaced in my opinion with developing, because when we started this project, we started from scratch. For most of the people, and I'm talking about the representative of academia, open science sound like a somewhere in the sky, right? And we have to start it right from the beginning. And in order to start to build a strong, let's say, house, an open science house, we have to start with the national legislation. That was the first package, development package we wanted to focus in the project, and I'm very happy to have it here, Natalia Timuș, which is the leader of the package. Natalia represents the University of the Côte d'Azur for France. Then, unfortunately, I was just informed that we don't have the representative of the Ministry of Education and Research, but Olesea is very glad to cover this subject, to talk about what has been done so far in terms of legislation and open science in the Republic of Moldova. And then we have Mr. Sargasian, the representative of Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sports from the Republic of Moldova. So I'll give the floor to Natalia Timuș as being the leader of this package. Natalia, the floor is yours. Linia. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Bună ziua și bine v-am găsit. Welcome, dear guests. It's my pleasure to be here at home among my colleagues. I mean, both Moldovan colleagues and international European colleagues. It is my second project in which I collaborate with ASEM, with the Ministry of Education of Moldova and other universities from Moldova. And I must say that since I left Moldova in 2003 after graduating my BA here, I have always wanted to have the opportunities to give back to my country, and I'm very grateful to participate in such a project, to be able to share my expertise and my knowledge with my home country, and especially to collaborate at the national level on a capacity building project. And as a leader of this work package 2 of Minerva, which was based on the development of national level legislation on open science, I've been especially honored to help and guide the Moldovan but also Armenian teams in developing national level legislations and sharing our expertise. So today I would like to briefly present the work package, the objectives as well as the deliverables. So, as a reminder, within this work package, we aim at developing a national level legislation, a legal framework that would guide especially, first of all, the participating universities within the Minerva project, but then that would also create a spillover effect and hopefully encourage other universities to use this legal framework within their institutions and develop their open science, open access infrastructure. So we had 4 deliverables that were included in the application project. These were the report on EU open science practices and also the transfer of knowledge and skills from the partners. So within this particular package, there have been a couple of study visits, and one study visit was realized at the University of Côte d'Azur, my home university. We have shared our practices, but also policies and legal frameworks from the French level and also institutional level. We also had as a second deliverable the development of the national policy on open science, which resulted in a set of guidelines and directives for Moldovan and Armenian partners. And these guidelines were also e-published and accessible in an open manner also. The third one was the development of institutional level open science policies. So each university has done its homework, so to say, and I will be happy to hear more from the Moldovan and Armenian representatives also about the achieved results. And the fourth one, of course, recommendations for the national West policy, recommendations also from the EU partners and from the national level experts. So, this being said, if I am to provide a short overall description of what the progress of this work package, we may say that the study visit at the University of Côte d'Azur served as a basis for the transfer of know-how and also for understanding at the more practical level as well as theoretical level how the things are done within the EU partners. And we tried to develop and to provide the content and the design of our activities depending on the needs and the expectations of Minerva partners, so that they would represent a better fit for the national level and institutional level policies. And especially these needs were identified by the Minerva consortium within the work package 1, and they were to reduce the brain drain and to increase the employability of young researchers in Moldova and in Armenia. And also, we have worked closely with the Moldovan partners within this work package, especially SM, but also the other partners, relations, I'm afraid I'm saying something wrong, who had an active role, and I'm very grateful for the active engagement in monitoring, but also ensuring the delivery of the research results, of project results. So, this being said, I would like to also say a couple of words about the impact before giving the floor to Moldovan and Armenian colleagues. So, as Olesea said, one of the advantages of the Minerva project is the fact that there has been a significant spillover effect, and there were more results achieved than initially promised or expected, and that is, of course, a big achievement for the project, and I also congratulate the whole team for mobilizing and making it possible. So first of all, we can talk about the project impact when we refer to the boosted knowledge and consolidated experiences of the policymakers with regard to the open science national but also institutional policies and framework in Moldova and Armenia. And also, if we talk about the broader impact, is the increased knowledge of academic but also non-academic organizations that have been collaborating, participating in this project within the two countries, and the open science opportunities that the project has offered them. And the last one is the adoption of open science policies that we hope that they will present a guiding light for other universities and organizations within these two countries to promote further reforms and to create also a sectoral reform. So, thank you very much for your attention. I would like to pass now floor to Rodika Krunu that will talk about the Moldovan experience.
Thank you, Natalia, for this insightful presentation. We have to the audience as well, because, as you mentioned, there are a lot of abbreviations that we get used to them throughout the lifetime of the project. But it is very important also to let the audience understand what was this work package about, what are those objectives envisaged, what has been achieved so far, and what was the impact expected. Thank you. Now I give the floor to Olesea to present what has been done so far at the national level in terms of legislative framework and initiatives in the field of open science at the level, at the national level. Olesea, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, I'm really honored, and I would like to say that the work package 2 has been the most difficult one because it was related to the structural changes at the national level. And we had a lot of mistakes done, we had a lot of things to change, to learn. The process was really going slowly because it was a new trend in our academic society in both countries. It took up to 4 years to understand the meaning specifically of open science in order to make structural changes. And in this case, I would like to say all partners, because Minerva had a bottom-up approach. So we were involving our academic society researchers to be involved in these issues, and together with them we developed the things, the proposals, the recommendations we were working and continuously working with our partners, ministries of education, of science from both countries. And it's a still ongoing process because the structural changes to be done at the national level. It's a not easy, not quickly process, but we are continuously improving our themes and results. And unfortunately, I don't know something in my presentation. This one, not this one. And I need the second slide. Do you have it? Yes. Oh, thanks. Technical issues, and human being is human being. I did a lot of things, but I would like to. Natalia presented the deliverables of the whole work package, and I will pass then to my dear Arjun to have a word on behalf of the Armenian legislative institution to present there, but generally to give you an overview what has been done. So having bottom-up approach and having discussions, learning the experience from our EU partners, we decided that deliverable tool dedicated to the national policy of open science, where you can see when we designed the project, has been designed very vague and very, unpredictable, this set of guidelines. So we leave the space to decide in each country what kind of this set or what kind of the documents will be developed. Of course, we started with the strategy. As most countries has to be strategy. Then we go to the roadmap. And then we understood that the whole society in both countries first need the understanding of the open science issue. And then we came to the mutually in both countries, the first step at the national level will be a white paper. So it's like a concept to give to our academic and research society, specifically in higher education institutions. So, in order for the process to go on, at each institution, higher education institution partner has been created a working team. So we created an open science responsible contact person, like in Erasmus, so we have contact persons. We have open science contact persons, and we have a working groups dedicated to this issue. They will continue at the institutional level to mainstream all the changes and policy development and activities in this issue. But on the national level, of course, we needed a group of experts who will be dedicated. Therefore, we decided in the consortium that in both countries will be created a national open science coordination group. Of course, each country will decide the title of this group. They could be open science expert group, they could be like a Bologna expert group, I mean, as an example. But in our case, in Moldova, it has been done like this. We decided to have a national white paper on open science. The results, you can see that in Moldova, we have elaborated already the draft version, but this is a paper which will be going to the public discussion, first to the rector of council, to the partners, then to the rectors of council of Moldova, and then we will meet with this national coordination body group together in order before to give this to the minister to be approved and signed. And then, of course, we decided to have an open science national platform. We already have the address of this platform. This will be called openscience.moldova. And the same issue, of course, in Armenia, but my colleague will present this issue so that the platform is designed, but we still need to discuss with the national coordination group of experts the main menu and what kind of the documents and what will be sharing. But this is an informative platform dedicated to the raising of understanding of open science on the national level. And of course, one of the important things that each partner, higher education institution, so we have 7 partners, signed Berlin Declaration on Open Access. So now each partners have this signature and became a member of this declaration and working on the open access issues. I would like to present only to you the content of this white paper, which will be proposed for the discussion. Taking into account one additional issue that in Minerva, all our strategies were dedicated or focused on 4 main directions. It was open access, open data, open evaluation, and open tools. It's infrastructure for the development. And all institutional policies documents were based on this issue, but in open science, of course, white paper, we decided to go more further, taking into account UNESCO recommendations and new plans, new agendas on the European level. So this is 8 directions which we will propose for the discussions, and then you will see, we will present the achievements of this main result. Concerning additional things, to say that within work package 2, one of the main, it was institutional open science policies. And in Moldova and Armenia, with the partners, we decided that each partner will elaborate strategy on open science, including action plan for 5 years. So I'd like, and I'm honored to say that 7 such documents has been designed and approved by each partner in 2021. In Moldova, taking into account that open access regulatory framework at institutional level has been already on the process of implementation, partners within the Minerva updated these policies, taking into account new issues in the field, and our Armenian colleagues elaborated and approved new documents. And the same situation concerning regulation on the institutional repository. Moldovan partners has a repository, and they have a regulation. The updating and modernization of these documents has been realized. And in Armenia, we have partners who designed and created a repository, and of course new documents has been elaborated and adopted by the 4 partners in Armenia. So this is our main results within the work package 2, and I would like to invite my dear Artyom to present the situation, going back a little bit to their work, to the deliverable dedicated to the national policy situation in Armenia.
Thank you. Presentation I will start. During the framework of this project, we, as Olesea said, created a national expert body by the order of Minister of Education and Culture and Sport. By the order of Minister of Education, Science, Culture and Sport of the Republic of Armenia. At this moment, we are the white paper the roadmap is under construction. I hope that in December we will have the final version and the minister will sign the roadmap. But I would like to speak about the SWOT analysis of open science. Okay, as I said, we already have the expert group of open science, and write the paper. I hope that we will send on December. Our roadmap in 2020, the minister signed the roadmap for the integration of the field of R&D of the Republic of Armenia in the European research area, and there is two main points about open science that promote open access to scientific communication and data, and also the support the development of knowledge transfer and open innovation. I think that we will include these points also in the white paper, and we will work in our future work. Somewhat about the SWOT analysis, as I said. Firstly, the strengths of Armenia at this moment in open science, that we have already project, we have 4 high universities which are already known about open science, the staff and also students, master students, bachelor and PhD students know about the open science. But at the same time, not the academic, in academic part, we have researchers which are weak about the open science, about the policy and what's the open science at all. Mostly about the second part, it's mostly open Armenian national journals are open access, and we will not have any difficulties in this field. We have approximately 100, more than 100 Armenian open science journals. Another one that the presence of several national projects for cloud computing and the Institute of Automatic Programs and European Open Cloud Science Cloud are signed memorandum of understanding about the sharing of the European Science Cloud. And also presence of online reporting tools. In Armenia we have some tools where our scientists report their scientific publications. As I already said, some weaknesses about the situation of open science in Armenia, low level of information on open science philosophy among researchers, I mean academic researchers. unfortunately, already universities, young generation already knows about open science. But we should work with old generation also. Okay, and also lack of proper understanding of benefits of open research data and protocols. The second one, I don't know in other countries, but unwillingness of data sharing, it's a second problem in researchers, and also the low level of trust of open science opportunities. It's also. Another one is efficient use of diverse metrics in evaluation and review processes. It's also the weaknesses which we understand during our research. Opportunities, what should we gain with open science? The utilization of possibility from Europe to develop the capacity of management and the most important thing, protocols for open science. As you already said, during this project we get a lot of protocols from Europe, and these protocols help us to manage national protocols, as you already said. Further development of national research information management system to enable public access and explore the possibility of open reviewing and evaluation processes. Unfortunately, not all governmental bodies are working on open science, low priorities of this, and the lack of personnel capable to work with maintaining open science infrastructures. About the open science platform, as Olesea said, now the platform is under construction, and in the near future we will have OpenScience.am, where we will announce everything which we have about the open science. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sargasian, for presenting this. Indeed, open science comes with a lot of opportunities, but a lot of threats. And what I wanted to mention that Natalia said in her presentation, that this project, even though it is very, very ambitious, with a lot of activities, a lot of deliverables to be provided, what we managed to achieve in this result is to go beyond. And this is the magic of the structural project, because this is a structural project which envisages to have changes at all the levels, but starting with the national, with the legislative one. And you know how it comes when it goes to the parliament. You have to have public discussions, you have to have first lecture, the second lecture, and a lot of debates in between and a lot of negotiations. And when it comes to open science, when it is new, and you have to go through all this procedure and all this process is all the time challenging. But we managed to be very agile in this, and combining both national efforts but also institutional, pushing the institutional policies. I want to highlight also that besides the institutional regulations on the repositories, all the partner universities also developed and published either brochures or the guides, not to have the thick that we achieved the deliverable, but also making sure that those stakeholders to whom these deliverables are addressing to would understand how to use and what are the benefits of using these deliverables. Thank you so much. Indeed, we will continue. Indeed, we have a lot to do yet with the experienced and young research. We mentioned both that we are laughing because we have a lot of seminars for researcher and then for young researcher. And in order to distinguish, we say that for experienced and the new ones, the upcomers, the freshners. In continuation, I'd like to invite all of you to a coffee break. The coffee break is upstairs in the what we call the second floor. Yeah, but for the Europeans, that's the first floor. To warm up a little bit, and we wait for you all guys back in the room here in hall at 11:15. So 11 and 15 minutes. Please come back and we'll continue with the other two work.
Coffee will be a catalyst for us to continue fruitful discussions on subjects related to open science. We'll continue with the next developing working package that we have in our project, and namely it's a package devoted to developing open science infrastructure. In this panel we do have Alfredo Rosado, which is the work package leader. Alfredo belongs to University of Valencia, Spain. Unfortunately, Alfredo is still in the way to join us, but he is joining us through one conference. Alfredo, nice to see you. And I want to invite in here also Anna Ciulean, Bruzov State University, Republic of Armenia, and Rodica Cușbu, Technical University of Moldova. Before giving the floor to Alfredo, I just want to mention that all those legislative framework could not work if we do not have appropriate tools to make the law implemented. And this work package was dedicated to help the countries and the universities to develop those needed infrastructure in order to make open science tools available for use for different target groups. Now I'll give the floor to Alfredo. Alfredo, let us see whether you can hear us.
Yes, hello, good morning everybody.
Just for a second, we want you to see whether we can have volume up.
Can you listen to me?
Okay, now it's fine, Alfredo. Now it's fine. You have all our eyes and ears to you. The first year.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. And first of all, I want just to apologize for not being there. I'm just stuck here in London because my flight to Chișinău was delayed one day, so I am just waiting for my flight, and hopefully I will be flying this afternoon and I will be with you tomorrow. So, all right. So, well, thank you again for this beautiful project. I think that Minerva project was an excellent opportunity to be with all the team, interesting team, and very, very participative in all of the senses. And I think that it will, for sure, will contribute to the advancement of open science in Armenia, Moldova, and in the world in general. So let me share with you the small presentation I have. Just being away, but in any case, I want to share a little bit of what we did during work package 3. Okay, so can you see my presentation now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So what we will try to do with work package 3? Obviously, work package 3 is a continuation of work package 2, so it was in the line of the project, because first of all, we wanted to establish all the regulations, all the legislative regulations from work package 2, and then coming into work package 3, we wanted to start and to build all the infrastructure needed for the development of open science services in the partners, I mean in the countries and then in each of the university partners. So these are the main tasks planned for the work package 3. Okay, I was the coordinator for the work package, and then I had the strong support from one partner from Moldova and another one from Armenia, and of course I had the opportunity to work closely to each of you. I also want to stress that from my point of view, the work package 3 has had a lot of different topics that I think that they were not initially planned, but they were very interesting, and we needed to adapt to each of the steps during the ongoing process of the work package. For instance, initially, the anti-plagiarism tools was not a very important issue. It was an issue, but not very stressful. But then it suddenly turned out that it was very, very important. So we had to focus more on this issue, for instance. And some others, like the infrastructure and the repositories, the registration, and so on and so on. Let me talk a little bit more about that. So for the first task, we wanted to make a record on the EU standards related to open science services. That was one of the main goals initially. Why? Because we wanted to know what was the current situation of open science services, and then trying to analyze and to perform a good point of start where the project could advance on that. So what we did is that we created university working groups, and then with those groups we wanted to start to know and to analyze the situation. With that situation, we noticed that again, open science is a topic which is moving forward continuously. So new topics, new issues are coming every day, not only for the project, but for the general advancement of open science in the world. As an example, open data. Open data was not like a strong point to be covered at the beginning, but then during the years that the project was taking, we noticed that open data should be also considered in the legislation, in the repositories, and so on and so on. So all of these things were needed to take into account for this first task, to analyze what has been done or what had been done at the initial point of the project, but what is already ongoing in the open science trend during these years. Because we need to adapt the project, and we need to set up the project for the future. For me, one important point of this package is that we have to be ready for the future modifications and advancements that the open science is having, and then that was so important to analyze. So then we had different study visits. First visit was made to University of Valencia, to my house in November 2019, before the pandemic. Unfortunately, then we had to make a virtual visit to Italy, virtual study visit, and another face-to-face visit in Italy recently for the analysis of open science services. Why? Because before having the national standards for open science services, we wanted to know what was being done in all the partners. So with that, we started to develop the national standards in open science services, not legislation because it was done in Work Package 2, but on the specifically targeting infrastructures. What is needed to offer a good support to the researchers. That was one of the main goals in this project. As it is a structural project, we want to establish a good infrastructure for the future and to serve to all the researchers and the higher education institutions to be ready to adopt easily and fast the open science service. So that was one of the main goals in package 3. So then the development of these standards are a requirement, and fortunately all the partners achieve a good legislation and a good repository legislation on this. Okay? As a third task, we have to go on the acquisition of equipment for all the partners in Moldova and Armenia. It's also important because the infrastructure is mainly based on web services. So web services need a good hardware to be running behind and to have a good infrastructure for data communication, data storage, and so on and so on. So then all the partners achieve a good acquisition of equipment and then the installation of institutional repository. At this point, I must tell that it's also a different point of start depending on the partners. Some partners already had an institutional repository running, then they were improving and making more advances in the institutional repositories, but some other partners had to start from scratch. So they had to initially make the institutional repository to plan and organize the institutional repository and then start running the repository. So at this point, the project had different partners in different situations, let's say. Alright, so then after having the institutional repositories running, the next most important thing is to reach the users. Which are the users? Well, all of the users should be researchers, students, mainly master and PhD, and other type of let's say, customers of these institutional repositories. Then the training is very important. The actions reaching the customers, as I said, customers in that sense, is needed. Some presenter said already said that before. They said, okay, we need to reach researchers and make them know that open science is good for them. Some researchers, they do not see what is open science for, or in what sense they can be, it can be an advantage for them. So then training on the use of open science platforms and training on what are the advantages that our researchers may have from open science platforms is really needed. In that sense, different activities are ongoing through the project, and I think it was very, very important and interesting to make this for the users. Okay, and then the two main tasks targeting the work package 3, it was the methodology for monitoring the usage of open science platforms. So in the project, Minerva project must adopt some, let's say, rules on how to measure the usage. Because the idea is to increase every day the use of open science platforms. So once they are ready to be run, we must know how many papers, how many data, how many usage is having each of the repositories. All right. So in that sense, the methodology is important to analyze and to evaluate the performance of open science platforms and infrastructure. And finally, then we wanted to establish the registry of private open science research founders. It's also important because it's not only like a governmental thing about open science. Open science is initially planned by governmental and public institutions, but is targeting also private sector. Why? Because the private sector can take advantage pretty much of this trend too. Then we must contact them, we must make them know how open science can be an advantage also for let's say, private funders. And well, that's mainly my main presentation, my main idea of the work package, and then I have the word for the next presenter. Thank you so much, and if we can discuss further, it will be a pleasure for me too.
Thank you very much, Alfredo, for this insights into the work package. I know how much it means for you. I know what was the commitment and your effort towards helping all the partner country universities, especially the partners from Armenia, to set up those the infrastructure, the repositories, making them work, explaining all the things, and we are very grateful for your efforts, Alfredo. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks for you.
Now I want to give the floor to Anna to tell us more about the situation in Armenia in general, but with a very specific focus on the Russian State University and other courses.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it works? Yes. And I don't know if it works or moving. So, who is how I can move?
No, it's not the.
Ah, this one. Sorry. So it moves, and if back. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends. So a lot of words already said about the project, about the sustainability, about our responsibilities. So I will try to present the work done by the Brusov State University as well by other partners in Armenia, everything that concerning to the repositories. So, if you see, my presentation is not about work package 3, but it's about the project, and the name is Steps Towards Open Science in Armenia. So, I think that open science is a huge amount of trends now in science, and we just only did and doing some steps towards to it. But I think we need to go deeper, further, and maybe we will need another project to make it really sustainable. And the trend shows that everything is moving very fast, and so maybe the steps are done, and so we need to go further. So, first, everyone said that the project is very ambitious. Yes, I think the same. But looking at the 3 targets of the project, I will say that at the moment, to be honest, we achieved maybe 80–90% of these ambitious steps that we planned at the beginning of the project. So a lot of frames, a lot of schemes showing what is open science. Maybe this is the shortest, easiest, simplest that I find at the internet. So we had a lot of study visits in different European universities, and to be honest, I was amazed by the last 2 in Italy, at the University of Marconi and at the University of Montpellier, where we really were presented with the projects about citizen science. And it's another something new trend also in science, and a very interesting project how it is possible to involve citizens in science, in research. So all the steps starting from open access, open data, open research, and tools on open science. So maybe partly we already use it and we have it already. So it's a huge list of documentation at Brusov State University we adopted, and everything you can find on our website under the Open Science at the BCU. I just noticed that the only document Open Science Strategy 23 to 28, because the university strategy is over by the 22, and so we will have a new one, and Open Science Strategy created, developed in the frame of Minerva project will be involved in a new university strategy of 23 to 28. So it will be adopted in December to make under the consideration for the university strategy. What, where, and how? The first, we understand that we need to organize in the frame, within the work package free institutional repositories, and Brusov State University is responsible for the repositories in Armenian University. Of course, first question, what we have, so about what content we have to think, and subjects. And all this we have now in developed regulation, institutional repository regulation, and each university has its own regulation on the content and on the subjects concerning the directions of university that works. The second question, where? So at the beginning of the project, we need to understand what we must use, where we can gather, collect the content, the scientific research product of our universities. In Armenia, we had experience of open soft, and we used in Armenia ePrints, Greenstone, Evergreen, and the Libra open softs. And we had thesis repository based on ePrints open soft. But the research, the first idea why we decided to use open soft DSpace for our institutional repositories was that University of Valencia, who is coordinating the work package free, uses the DSpace platform, as well Moldovan universities. So we go by the way that we already have this experience on DSpace within the project partners frame. But the second, this is the research I did in the beginning of the project. So you can go to OpenDoor website to see the usage, the statistics of usage of repository, of open softs for repositories. And you see in 2019, the usage of DSpace was 39% in the world. And now, 2 days ago, I was checking the usage of repository, the percentage, and it's the same. After 3 years, nothing changed, so 39% of usage, that means half of the world that universities has institutional repositories, so they use open soft DSpace. You see very small changes at Fedora and Pew. You see that some softs just went away. So I'm just every time checking to understand, and I see that DSpace and ePrints are very stable here. Institutional repository policy. So we need to understand how. And first, we could organize this at the policy for institutional repository. We use the minimum aspect. It is possible also to use maximum aspect. That will be for also commercialization of research data. But I think that for the first step, minimum steps are enough for us. And even we can go through all these steps that we mentioned at the policy, in the policy, it already will be a huge achievement for our universities. IFL was involved in our project from 2019 because I always say that business made by people. So we were lucky to be and Moldova and Armenia IFL countries. And it was possible to involve IFL like associated partner for Minerva project. Irina is here, and Irina Kuchma, on her own, to be due thanks to IFL, it was possible to come to Yerevan and organize 2-day very, very interesting workshops. And you see from 2019, so this is the content for 2 days. Irina did workshops at the Brussels State University. And maybe to be honest, to listen, to understand what is open science from the first year of the project, to go through and to trust the organization that is responsible, that they did a lot of work organizing also institutional repositories all over the world, and with policies, with strategies and everything. So it was a very important support for our project, thanks to IFL. You see, I will be showing some happy moments from our training. We will see some people that, in 4 years we had COVID time lockdown, we had war, we have losses, people that are not anymore with us. So it's to say one life during 4 years and a lot of changes. Colleagues who also left the university or left some organizations. So these are from our consortium meetings in Yerevan. Every time we had meetings discussing, killing each other, so every time, or coming to conclusion and so on. And you see, it's like every time Minerva meeting that we could discuss different issues of the project to understand for us how can we can implement some different actions. So also by Brussels State University, we organized this-based training for partner universities. And going further, I will say that we had this-based training also for librarians from different libraries as well, not only university libraries. I will be showing already established institutional repository at our 4 partner universities. You see this one, and you can see the links to the websites. So Armenian State University of Economics, Yerevan State University, this base platform. You will say Yerevan State Medical University after Terazi, and you will see Brussels State University Repository. So these are the first steps, and we will go further
we will have some changes like design and something. We are just learning, to be honest. And so, yes. And another very important thing, by the support of IFL, in the frame of this project, we got some small grant for the National Library of Armenia, and we established this space platform repository for the National Library of Armenia. You see it, and I hope till the end of this year or in January we will announce about this platform, and it will be for thesis and dissertation and abstracts in Armenian that are defended in Armenia. I will show also during the project we had different publications, and this one that we talk about is the establishment of university repositories, institutional repositories, and it is published by Moldovan colleagues, Modernization of Academic Library Services in Moldova. So, and the project was disseminated in different international platforms, conferences, so it was disseminated in different aspects. And one I would love to mention that during the project we have very, very important achievement. At last we have OCR tool for Armenian language. And the National Library of Armenia has the unique opportunity to use it for free. And everything that we are OCRing in Armenian language will be support for the anti-plagiarism tool that my colleague Narses will be talking in his presentation. So Armenian language is a unique language. I just want to mention for other colleagues. And so within the Armenian language, we have 4 different Armenian language, and OCR is a complicated thing for us. And for Eastern Armenian, we already have this tool, and it will be a huge support. I just want to say that this project pushed us to go deeply inside, and we understood that to have repositories, it's not enough. To have anti-plagiarism tool, it's not enough if we don't have optical computer recognizing for Armenian language text. And this is the end. And I want to go to my first slide to say that steps towards open science are done. And so only steps, but we need to go further to make steps to the actions. And I said, if you want to achieve something, you must put the very high level, because even though you achieve small steps, it will be high enough. So the level is very high for achievement, but I think that maybe for 80, 90, 85% it is achieved. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. They did. Dream big was the statement that was used by the United States of America for so many years. I mean, starting with their constitution and so on. And dreaming big and achieving small performances, small steps allowed us to be at the top of the world. And I'm pretty sure that throughout this kind of projects, having small performances or achieving small performances, raising up small steps will manage to push things and to develop. And I saw a lot of the sustainability elements in your presentation, Anna, and I do believe that at the end of these 2 working days, we'll be able to highlight and to outline those areas to go further. How to ensure sustainability of the project. Thank you. Now I want to give the floor to our colleague from Technical University of Moldova, Rodica Pușpa, to present us what has been done so far in the field of open science infrastructure with a special focus on the achievement of Technical University of Moldova. This is Pușpa, the first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not used to use microphone, I'm sorry, but I will do my best to be clear and okay, now it's better? Okay, so I will try to present developing infrastructure for open science in the Republic of Moldova, and because the infrastructure means, first of all, equipment, secondly, software, and at the third part, content, I will try to present these three components of the infrastructure in the Republic of Moldova that was developed within the Minerva project. Okay, so let's see what was purchased within the Minerva with the support of Minerva project. You can see that Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova and State University for Medicine and Pharmacy and also Technical University of Moldova benefited from good financial support for purchasing equipment, and more than that, Technical University put some additional budget to have improved state-of-the-art equipment. And I would like to thank the coordinator of the project for this financial support in this purchase. Another very important thing that was done within the project was the acquisition of the license to the plagiarism checking system offered by Romanian system. So 3 partners of the project, of the consortium, benefited from this support, from this service. Again, Academy of Economic Studies, State University of Medicine and Pharmacy, and the Technical University of Moldova. And as you can see, we, all partners, had 345 millions of characters to check for plagiarism. And I hope that all partners use this opportunity to check the works, articles, proceedings, and so on. Thesis, PhD thesis. Institutional repositories. Again, it's a software that is a part of the open science infrastructure. And I would like to mention 3 repositories that were updated within the project, within the Minerva project. First of all, it's Institutional Repository for Economic Knowledge. It's the repository of the Economic Academy. The second repository you can see is the repository of the State University of Medicine and Pharmacy. And the Technical University of Moldova has IRTUM. So you can see the amount of the content that is in these repositories. Okay, a little bit less in the repository of the Academy of Economic Studies, but I'm sure that this gap will be, it's not for a long time. I'm sorry, I would like to come back to this slide because I would like to thank very much the librarians. These people that work in libraries, they are usually unseen. They are, I don't know how to say, they are not in the person that are seen everywhere, but they do a lot of work. And I would like to thank them very much for that work that they do. And except of these repositories, I would like to mention the biggest repository of the Republic of Moldova, open repository, national bibliometric instrument that was developed by the Information Society Development Institute. It contains a lot of articles, PhD theses, conference proceedings that can be used by researchers, not only from the Republic of Moldova, because it contains also content in other languages that can be used by researchers from other countries. Another software that we use at the Technical University of Moldova, and I suppose that only Technical University developed and uses, is the current research information system that contains information about all elements of research, projects, researchers, organizations, subdivisions in research, works of researchers, and all these elements of all these items are connected between them. So it's very easy to see what articles has a person, a researcher, or what publications has a division, or what publications were published within one or another project. So it's a very useful system that is used in the Republic of Moldova by the Technical University. So this what I wanted to present today. Thank you very much. Questions, please.
Thank you. I want to convey the same message because I see representatives of libraries were in here. I'm the editor-in-chief and coordinating the scientific journal in our university, and I really want to use this opportunity to really express my gratitude and my thankfulness for all the support that we do receive from all the staff, helping us with the anti-prejudice, with all the biometric tools and so on and so forth. So thank you. Thank you, ladies, for sharing with us the performances and the achievements in the field of open science infrastructure. Thank you so much. Now I would like to move further with our agenda and to continue our discussions on the fourth working package, which is dedicated to building capacities of research management. And I would like to invite my colleague Narses Devordian, Armenian State University of Economics, to join me. As you see in the agenda, we were supposed to have Isabel from the University of IAισσCHEVICI. Isabel was the leader of this working package, but as Alfredo, Isabel still is somewhere flying to us, she will join us. I will go briefly presenting the concept of this working package. Before going to present it, I would like to say that it was not possible to exploit the bylaws, the legislation, and the open science infrastructure if we are not strengthening and building capacity of the human resources involved in the research activity. That was the main rationale of having this working package in the project. And this working package, I would say, is one crucial, because we can have a lot of papers, a lot of documents, but if you do not invest in human beings, in researchers that will use that, then all the performance are useless and all the efforts are useless. What are the activities that were envisaged in the work package? Several study visits to EU partners to share their experience, to intake the knowledge of our EU partners in different fields. The focus of this study visit is because you saw study visits in the other work package, where to strengthen the capacity of the researchers, to see what are the EU partners doing and what are the lessons to be learned by us. In order to make, to channel the efforts and to make sure that we invest in the people and we have sustainability in this investment throughout the lifetime of the project, but also beyond the project, we've created research university working groups, having 7 partner universities involved in the project, so we have 7 such working groups created. These working groups were research working groups, were involved in all the study visits carried out in the project. Also in this activity, the result of this activity was to create and develop different bylaws in the field of HR enhancement. I'll elaborate a little bit further on this. Another activity envisaged was seminars or trainings in the field of, another abbreviation. We get used to use a lot of abbreviations. Human research strategy for research. Every university was asked to work on elaborating a strategy in the field of human research, involved in research, being the main asset. And in order to succeed on that, we asked Isabelle, which was the University of Liège, which was the leader. And why Isabelle? Because Isabelle is also involved in the European Commission, evaluating all the strategies of the universities to help us to go in the right direction. So several seminars on developing the strategies in the field of resources and research were carried out that helped us to prepare and adopt those strategies in all the universities. So far we have 5 such strategies adopted, but that was the minimum threshold established in the project. But all the universities involved have already these strategies adopted or are in the process of assessment. Because partners, all the partners involved in the project were at different level when we started the project, and namely Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova and the Medical and Pharmaceutical State University of Moldova had already such strategies. The task for these 2 universities was to work on improving the strategies. So that was also a tool to push things moving, not to stop, but to excel in promoting excellence in research. And therefore, these kind of seminars were organized in all the partner universities. Another activity was to implement anti-plagiarism monitoring tools. So far, we have such monitoring tools implemented, and now we're going to elaborate a little bit more on the experience of Moldovan partners, and I would like to assess to you to talk about the experience of Armenian partners. And because this work package is focusing on strengthening and building capacities of researchers, there are also 2 other activities under the form of seminars for experienced and less experienced for young researchers, with the focus on code of conduct, ethics of research, but also what does all mean, strategically speaking, the HR in research. So all universities were asked to carry out at least 1 seminar for experienced and for young researcher. And so far, I was checking a few days ago the performance and the achievements of the project, and I'd like to say that universities went beyond the minimum. And that's a very good sign that university understood that this is needed. This is on what we have to focus if we want to excel, yeah? to increase our overall performance. So several study visits have been carried out, even though in this working package, Liège, Montpellier, and Côte d'Azur were the targeted ones. What I wanted to tell is that in Valencia and in Italy, during the study visit carried out in other working package, also was discussed about the research management. And indeed, what I wanted to point out that the one from Italy really impressed me to tell us about how we as researcher tobacco-oriented terms, what journals we have to target, and what are those aspects that we have to be careful when choosing a specific journal to publish. And I do believe that in the afternoon sessions, Matteo will elaborate even more on this subject. The rationale or the objective of having all these study visits was, of course, to help to transfer the knowledge, to go beyond the comfort zone, because hearing the things that our young partners do is one thing. It's motivational, it's very inspirational, but also we can learn a lot of tips and what are the moments that we can avoid in order to become better. Yeah? So the rationale of having all these study visits was to help each partner university to understand what are those gaps they have to focus and work more in order to cover and to elaborate bylaws. Why? Because the next activity in this project was to elaborate and to adopt different bylaws for HR enhancement. And in here, each university had the freedom to choose what are those fields that they need to focus. What are those aspects they can work on and to prioritize, yeah? So we need to do this first, and likely to do the other things and so on and so forth. Because I'm also a representative of the Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova, I wanted to mention what are those bylaws that were adopted by the university. It's the regulation for the organization and development of post-PhD programs, regulation for the organization and function of the science and department, and so on and so forth. Different seminars on HR for development have been organized. They have pictures from different university partners universities. In the case of our university, and that's a joint project with the technical university,
on December 12-16, there will be a new round of these seminars organized. This is another sign for the sustainability of the project and for the sign that universities are not stopping access research and emotion label. And this is the Technical University of Moldova and the Armenian State University of Economics. I will not elaborate too much, but Nesses will do that in the following moments. Other Armenian partner universities are still in the process of the evaluation. Some of them have already received a preliminary report mentioning what they have to do yet in order to achieve this label. So once again, the moment that we will not stop after the termination of the project. For the two universities, namely for the Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova and Medical and Pharmaceutical State University of Moldova, these were the universities that had the oral access label. These universities worked on improving their strategies and are in the process of renewing the label. Plagiarism monitoring tools were implemented in all the projects. I will refer to Moldovan partners. All Moldovan partners subscribe to antiplagiarism.ro, which is a Romanian anti-plagiarism software. And in order to make that operational, each university was asked to approve a regulation on anti-plagiarism system. Some universities have different regulations for bachelor and master students degree anti-plagiarism, checking the anti-plagiarism of their thesis. And few universities from Moldova have already similar anti-plagiarism regulations for scientific articles to be published in the conference proceedings and scientific journals. Another round of trainings for the experienced and young researchers, and of course the objectives of such trainings were to improve excellence and ethical standards, to consolidate the existing research potential and stimulate to generate high-quality research projects, and stimulate the interest of the young researchers. Because so far, while we have the research activity is not that appealing, no one wants to start a career in research, and we have to provide enough incentive for these young researchers, starting with explaining that this is not impossible. It's a very interesting journey, even though it's challenging. So the motivation of having these seminars was to inspire the new generation and to still to keep hands-on the existing ones. I don't want to reap much of your time because we are pressed by the time, and therefore I'll give the floor to my colleague Nesses, and likely we'll have, if possible, a short round of questions and answers question session. Thank you.
Oh, that's yours. That's working. Okay. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, friends. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to host institution for hospitality and having us with you. Huge thanks goes to coordinator, effective, beautiful team, headed by Olesea SÍRBU. Thank you very much, and thank you all partners. I mean European, Moldovan and Armenian for help, support and cooperation bilingual project lifetime. Now I want to, I have to be concise because we have 10 minutes. 10? 8? 7? Thank you. I want to share our experience, our experience of Armenia State University of Economics on work package 4, which is building capacities of research management. We have started working on this package with a discussion on concept. So we recognize that the concept of this work package is three pillars, consists of three pillars. First of all, it's the people, which is the main thing, and as Radhika said, in the center we have researcher. This is the meaning of everything what we are doing. It's a raison d'être, and for this whole process. And the second thing is regulation, which is in our case, it is strategy, development of strategy on human resources for researchers. And the third thing is globally it's ethics. In this working package, we have to, and we did it finally, we have to have monitoring tool to assure the ethics of all research environments. So we started, and we have decided to go, the tactic was to start working on strategy, development of strategy, in parallel with trainings. So we started with, after the Liège meeting, which was very effective and useful, we started to discuss roadmap, where to start, how to proceed, and what we'll have in the end of the process. I'm not going to focus your attention on the importance of the HRS4R, but just a couple of words about the base for the strategy is Charter and Code. As you know, the Charter and Code is adopted in 2005 during the ministerial conference. Even I found in my library the booklet of this charter, and it was a sign that we have to start working on that. So we started with discussion. Every time we discussed the issues, we try to inform and empower the researchers, administrative staff, in order to work effectively, because without that we cannot do nothing, and you cannot create something useful. So the researcher and administrative staff should be motivated and skillful to do this kind of job. Then this is the structure of Charter and Code, and we decided to divide 40 principles of Charter and Code and assign to working group. But unfortunately, so again, we got together and decided how to work and how to proceed. Unfortunately, the process has been interrupted with war and a pandemic. But as you know, nothing came from nothing. That's why after this nightmare, and we have been isolated at our homes, apartments, university was closed, but we decided to transfer our job into virtual space. So we continue our job using the video conferences, especially Zoom. And now I can show you just one screenshot of our Zoom meeting. As you said, we are in our kitchens, in our homes, and trying to understand and work on the strategy. In order to go forward and to have, as a result of everything, as a keyword title, you have to do this kind of things, which is, as you have to send the endorsement letter, evaluate your university using the tool received by your access, it's a gap analysis. Additionally, we decided to do surveys and focus group interviews, desk reviews, etc. You have to do OTMR, and as a final step, you have to have action plan as a way to improve the fill the gaps and move forward. These are the steps undertaken by our university to do this whole process. I want to show you it's a screenshot from our website. Everything is open. You can enter our university website and see all documents concerning the process, concerning the development of strategy. It means the first one is, of course, evaluation in form of gap analysis. And we, as I said, developed 2 reports. One for all researchers, all categories of researchers. This is the second one. And also we did the OTMR. Here are the links. Action plan is very important. Again, due to time pressure, I want to just emphasize, underline two important things if you are going to develop the effective action plan. First is to have a responsible body to check the progress. The second one is metrics. You have to measure the action plan. Otherwise, it will be just a paper on your desk. So we developed a group of indicators for each goal to understand how to measure and how to go forward, because the process of implementation or improvement is endless. You have to have every time check progress and go to the next step for improvement. This is again a screenshot from our action plan. Here I have mentioned the indicators. You can see here indicators for that. It's a tool to check the progress. And finally, we submitted all documents, and we have received, as a reward, a title for HR Excellence in Research Award. It was 17 December of 2021. Of course, it's honor to carry this title, but it's huge and big responsibility to go forward and improve your performance. And again, we are doing every time the information sessions. We are informing people, empowering them to actively participate in the process. This is the last trainings. And the third pillar, the next one is ethics, which is in form of anti-plagiarism monitoring form. You have to have to assure a fair and ethical environment of research. So, as Anna told about the uniqueness and the of Armenian language, due to not only technical difficulties, but the Armenian language peculiarities, it was hard process, really hard process, but I'm delighted to say that right now we have anti-plagiarism software, and thank you, Olesea, for your deep involvement in this process, and all Armenian partners are working hard and now continuing our job to have really working anti-plagiarism tool. And the tool is ready, but it's not so mature. We are continuing working on that. As you say, many of our colleagues maybe can remember the Yerevan meeting when the demo version was demonstrated. So hopefully we'll have a well-working and strong tool first time in Armenia to check plagiarism and assure the whole environment. So thank you very much. I hope our cooperation will be continued in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. very much for this inspiring presentation and very comprehensive one. This was the last presentation in this package, this session. Unfortunately, we have to break for a lunch break, but before going to lunch break, we want to give you some instructions regarding what we are doing after the lunch. After the lunch, we continue with other sessions according to our agenda. We'll go upstairs where the coffee break was held. We will sit a sign on the room, and we'll continue with the session number 2, first part and second part. And before going to the lunch break, we would like you to invite all of you in front to have a come and enjoy a picture, not only for the reporting, but also for our memories.
So you can take out your clothes, and quickly we will make a picture, and then we are inviting you up, and in the Google room we will have a meeting. It's small, warm, so we will have another environment, and we will have lunch also upstairs. So please remain with us. We need you in the afternoon session. And now we are inviting you here on the screen, on the короче, на сцену. information, critical approaches, recommendations, and we will have different experts within this session, and I'm very honored that they accepted to be with us. And I will present you them step by step. So at the beginning, I would like now to invite Director of the Informational Society Development Institute of the Republic of Moldova, and I would like to ask him to present the institution, the activities, main results of the all projects which they are ongoing, also in the fields of the research development and specifically with the open science issues. Mr. Koževar, please. We have no microphone.
Hello everybody. I want to thank for the invitation. But first of all, I want to say something very important for the discussion about open science. I know Aikido, Karate, Taekwondo, another fancy words, say the new people who came into the classroom. That is real situation about open science in such kind of country like Moldova. When the pandemic started, all Moldovan people became methodologists. But only scientists do a lot of hard work together with the doctor to solve very important problem. How we will use the instrument of open science? We organize some online transmission of conferences that organize specialists in that domain. And only ad hoc conferences, maybe, we doesn't know, maybe save some lives. Why? Because for one conference that we organize after a PhD doctor thesis, I understand that the next day we will organize a very important conference. We transmit online, and more than 2,000 people visited that event online. We try to be near the citizens, near the specialists who need some information, some real information about the this virus. Now, all the specialists are how to solve this economic situation. But if you are talking about science and education in Moldova, I think a lot of years, because we are more than 10 years, our institution are in reform. We are more than one state enterprise, research organization, but real have documents that we are research institution. We took the responsibility from down to top, not from top to down that we have in European countries. That's the first problem in Moldova. How many people from ministry are here? No one.
They were in the morning.
That's the problem. I was in the morning to solve the real problem from our scientists, but I promised to be here at 9 o'clock. I create opportunity for a lot of people to see that this event online, to have an instrument for that who cannot be here. How many people are not involved in this project, but is here? I know one, me two, and that's three. There are another. And all three people are from Information Society Development Institute. This is a big problem, very, very big problem, because we are working for them, not for us. How many librarians are here? they attend a lot of events because they did doesn't need some money, they are enthusiasts. But we have a situation in Moldova in 2009 that was approved the first strategy on open access in Moldova. We have a lot of time. After that, I understand, I'm information from IT. I understand that I need to work together with librarians to help them how to use in a better way the information. Open science is not about IT. But we need to solve that problem. This is one of the very big problems that why not have a very good image in our society. Because we have a very good research in Moldova. If you are looking in different tops, investing a lot of 1,000. How is the budget for Moldova? 500,000 million. It's very small, but we have one person in the top 1,000. We have a lot of very good results in nanotechnology, microbiology, different fields. But we have another problem. We are working alone, but we need to work like a network. In our institute, we have 2 projects in open science. We have another 8 projects that financed by our government and by NHD on open science. I know another very good project on another institute that will be achieve some very good results in open science. We organized some week ago a conference, and we launched a new 1 month. Oh, 1 month ago. And we invite the people from this project to come here. I know how. But I don't know how many people from this project assist on our conference. I'm very glad that we have a lot of universities not involved in this project. But I'm not agree why the State University of Moldova are not involved, because they are responsible officially to have some instructions to prepare people for using information from the librarian. This is a big problem, very big problem. Because there are university, we are an institute affair, but it's not a problem, but it is a very big problem. I understand that we have some mentions in different, now I'm very realistic, not science. I am realistic because I'm very enthusiastic to implement real open science in Moldova. And that is, we collect, we developed the biggest repository of scientific publication from Moldova. Each day, ibn.idsi.nl visit more people that we have researchers in Moldova that are working on the primary work. We have more than 70 million access of this report. We have a very big visibility. Now we start to work alone. After that, we start to work with responsible for scientific journals, and 100% of 4 journals are indexing in information instrumentul de brevet național. Oh! We start to extend the indexing. We start to work with conferences. And now we create, in one project, we create another resources, conference.stiu.md, stiu in Romanian it's no, .md, and all who organize conferences obliged to be registered in that platform, and after that we interconnect with Wikipedia and indexing all the publications. But we need to work in this sense, because we need to push, not to convince them, to oblige them to do something. Because we have a lot of, we have too much conferences in Moldova, too much. We now after pandemic, we are using different ICT tools, and we can see a lot of discussion. For science, it's very good discussion, but we are looking for results. And in this field, we develop a classification of type of results. And 2 years, this type of document on the table on our ministry. And our community is looking, because they have problem with our different controlling. Control the institutes who we have our account course, who want to do something results from our research community. But we need to have a real classification. What is the research result? Scientific publication is not the result. We disseminate some information and approve, validate a real result. After that, we can register IGP and obtain some intellectual property. If you want to implement something, we develop some prototype or another one, but we need to have a real classification of result and to interconnect. And that we need to have this, to approve this type of classification. I think our ministry will approve in a real short time this classification, and we can implement a new instrument to have opportunity to report the real results. Last year, we have another initiatives from the ministry, top to down, inventory of research infrastructure. And I want to see your report, your deliverable about research infrastructure. Because for us, it was very hard to do this exercise. We have a site, infrastructure.stiu.md, and we have identified some factors, some services. But we have another problem. The biggest ICT infrastructure who manage ONG, RENAM, Research and Education Network, they didn't want to provide some information. But they are only one institution recognized from the European Union to have access from the real information services for research and education. I am a member of IAČCHEVICI, not organization, is a member, and I need to prepare to assist at the assembly. And they give me access using, but I need to have access to one service for RENAM. And I cannot accept, cannot have some opportunities to attend. Why? After that I solved the problem. Because we are not connected to this network. Why? Because European Union invested 2 million last year to interconnect 10 gigabits our research community from Moldova, and after 2 days, after they report we have a connection, they interrupt access for all research organizations from our Republic of Moldova, because we manage this network. And the ministry say, doesn't have control because it's a 1G. 1G is a non-governmental organization. It's another problem. Our minister needs to understand the dimension of the problem. And now we administrate such kind of organizations. We are in another reform that all organizations, all research organizations need to this an absorption of research of universities, and we need to solve this problem because we administrate this infrastructure. It was our investment, and we need to move organization to universities. Another problem regarding the open science. About the repository, I think it's a good situation, and your project solves some problem because you have an increasing of number of publications, minimum on 2 institutions. They develop their technical universities have a increase. It's very good. The number of publication indexing in the last repository is very nice. They start to interconnect publication project with some results. It's a very good idea. We are doing the same instruments in our database of publications, and it's very important. Why? Because each person, each organization, each journal, each conference can see a lot of thermometrics indicators. 80–90% from all publications from media are indexed by Google Scholar. More than 3 years ago, we developed a plan for informatization of all research and education community. It was 25 maybe points. One of them was to assist to create or cheat, to create Google Scholar. Other needs to say it's not opportunity because we want to develop some strategy, and I think your project will help to have some real documents, strategic documents to solve the problem. After 3 years, community start from top to down to create. And I was very glad when technical universities, I think, solved in 1 week maybe migration of all accounting from research organization to the technical university. They change only a mail, all the community of technical university appear by using one search on Google Scholar or Archive. It's very easy when people are prepared. But before that, we are working more than 2 years to convince them to create an institutional domain. Because our research organization doesn't have before institutional domains. But at the moment, it's very easy. About open data. About open data is I think it's not zero, but we have a very important group of researchers that know very nice how to work because they published in international journals. I know specialists from chemistry, and because I find the data sets published using a lot of requests from that journal. There are some people, but they are working from them to reports. We doesn't have a minimum critical mass to push them to be visible minimum at national level. We need to have, we started to promote more than 2 or 3 years ago to start to have a data management plan from some projects, to have a test, to organize maybe for who wants to make this data management plan, to help them to organize. But we need to convince finance. That is we elaborate some, develop some documents on our website regarding this open data dimension. I think the next call will be data management plan. I don't know, obligatory or never, but from my opinion, you need to push maybe not in first year, but next, because we organize the basic project in Moldova on 4 years long. Maybe not in first time, but we need to have data management plan, because we doesn't know if that result we obtain our researchers are really or paid. Because the same, I need to complete or no?
5 minutes.
About, I need to see an umbrella. About, I understand that you have some you adopt some anti-plagiarism system. I know, because if our database will block from some time, you can obtain better results from because they are working, they are taking all the data from a lot of publications from our repository. Because when we have some problem, with Renam, they interconnect us. I think in 2 years I have an email from Google. They start, what is the problem? We cannot access your database. Maybe we can help you. I'm sorry, if you can help me, you will give minimum access to internet, because you need to change or IP, because it was a very big problem. It's not only just connected of the internet, but the connect of the whole infrastructure. Infrastructure is not only hardware, software. It's a very big. We need to have a lot of documentation to be acceptable on IAorszáCHEVICI. It's another beautiful word, like Aikido, Taekwondo, and Karate, to IAorszáCHEVICI. It's not to interconnect hardware or software. We need to have to approve a lot of documents to be fair, to have an exchange of data between different systems. And about, in real, I ask the people who are working with our journals, and in last years the numbers of plagiat papers increased. I think when I understand that someone bought some instrument, maybe they, not after publication they use this instrument, but before. You need to reorganize, have a re-engineering of thinking, not to implement some instrument, what we are doing in reality. Sometimes we need to stop and to understand the real map, the whole ecosystem. After that, to start to do something. Because after that, we need to invest more time and money to repair. We need more assistance and acceptance from the top level to understand the importance of open science. 1 month ago, I understand that in Turkey are specialized on medical tourism. Because some people have a problem, it's because they invite a lot of very good medical doctors, and what I understand, we have in Moldova open science tourism. But those tourists who universities, centers which are specialized in open science need to understand to invest in this field, because them you invite them to understand better what is this open science. Not after that become here and work in the same direction. They need to understand, because sometimes they don't understand what is importance of these initiatives. But maybe I know one law in the Republic of Moldova. A law start to work after 10 years after adoption. Maybe we are looking to have a real strategic document at the national level, and to work, have a hard working in this field. And I think with such kind of projects like your, like our, to have a better results. And the last problem, no, not the last problem. Another problem we have, we are looking for different opportunities. You are very specialized on the Erasmus projects. Very nice. Renam are very specialized on another European projects. Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, very nice. We are specialized on doing some real form scientists using our national budget. Because we think that we need to co-invest something to obtain real. But the biggest problem is that we are not working together. And that I insist to organize 3 years ago. We organized a conference, an event together from 2 very important stakeholders. And after that I was very enthusiastic because I really think that it start to work together. But I think maybe after this my presentation, it's realistic, it's a constructive. I invite all, not Academy of Economical Studies or Medical University or Medical University, but work together with international partners to work together to do some real impact in open science. Why? Because our country is very small. We doesn't have oil and other petrol. But working with smart people, because the universities and the research organizations working a lot of smart people. If we give our hands, we can obtain very good results. I think that the next project, because you are thinking about sustainability, I think you need to invite maybe a mix of people in the project, because I was very glad that see the General Secretary of our ministry, but I don't understand why our I don't know. You invite our secretary in research, who is responsible for research. Because I think some week ago our minister adopted a person who took the responsibility for research, and Don Luciano is on this. They working on this field because he need to be here to understand the pulse of the vibration of our community. Because after the event, I think we work librarians responsible for research department, our researchers doing their research. Thank you so much, and apologize for my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kožakaro. I appreciate a lot your sincere speech. How you said, I'm not critical, I'm realistic, but I'm not against a constructive critical approach, so this is really working. Thank you very much that you point the main weaknesses in our society in Moldova, and you were just in time saying that this Minerva project is the first drop which the higher education institution did for supporting open science development. And I appreciate, and I would like to say that the Informational Society Development Institute is the first and the main key actor in our republic who are really working, as I know, since 2017 on open science issues. Thank you very much, and of course you just consolidated my, how to say, thinking, because even in Armenia, when we had in September, I told to my colleagues that I'm giving you like a estafette to continue to develop the project in this field. And the topic was, as you will remember, dear colleagues, it was research assessment and monitoring of open science indicators or issues. And of course, doing so what we have to, we will not realize this without not creating ecosystem on open science in our national level. So this is what saying Mr. Igor concerning that really key actors has to be together, networking, it's very important, involvement of all of us. But this is, you know, we are first birds and we are doing step by step. Of course, first a lot of things must be, we are going bottom up. Again, Mr. Kožakaro, you have a right opinion on this. Minerva was also bottom-up approach, so universities raising academics understanding of open science, because till now we have to work on this issue. A lot of academics not understanding what does it mean on open science and what to do this, what kind of the tools. So it's still a lot of space to work on it, but we have to work together, and I'm quite sure that we can continue together. At least this is our steps to be and to work, to collaborate. Again, thank you, and Alexandru is not. Dear Irina, please, no, I would like to apologize and to invite Natalia. And before these things, I would like to say that we will have a coffee break arranged again, that you will warm your 3:30. But if it will be possible, it's to our speakers to finalize our session till next time, because it's really such environment, it's a little bit not comfortable to have discussions and to listen. So now I'm inviting, we have Alexandru, who is a representative of the Lviv Polytechnic National University, taking into account that Kiev is without, he couldn't come personally, having these connections very bad, and also online situation due to the electricity in Lviv, it's quite difficult. We have not him online, but we have Natalia, on behalf of the University Côte d'Azur, and they are partners of another one Erasmus Plus project dedicated to the open science and research, University of Côte d'Azur is a partner, and the Lviv Polytechnic University is coordinator. So now it's a synergy, and I'm really welcome Natalia to present us the Optima project.
Thank you. So I'm very happy to help our colleague who unfortunately, of course, physically could not come here due to the war in Ukraine, and also we were hoping that maybe he could connect, but as we can see, he's not available. But it is my pleasure to present to you the Optima project, which is a basically sister project, and I know that Olesea and Alexandru have been already collaborating in different other events. So I would like to very briefly explain to you what is Optima, first of all, then go through Optima's work packages and activities, and also talk more specifically about the platform that will be very soon launched. And Alexandru has personally asked us to invite already all the Moldovan and Armenian partners to consider that platform and actively participate in the open peer review by asking for somebody to review your work, but also be reviewers. So we'll talk about that. So the Optima Consortium is a consortium of Ukrainian universities, first of all, but also European partners, as you can see, us from University of Côte d'Azur, but also Belgium, Netherlands, Austria, Poland. So the purpose of Optima Consortium is to gather 4 higher education institutions in Ukraine, governmental agency and research center, and also have 3 higher education institutions and 2 international NGOs, one of which Irina is representing, so we're actually 2 Optima partners here. And so if we can move further, we are talking more specifically about the Technical University of Graz, who are very active in helping us, providing the expertise on open science, open access. Us, Polytechnical University from Wrocław in Poland, EIFL, and Eurodoc. It's a network of doctoral students from Europe. So it's the European Council of Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers. So the next, we also have a UniCzech, Council of Rectors of Displaced Universities of Ukraine, because the project started before the current Ukrainian war, and there were already the temporarily displaced universities from the Donbas region. And we also have Center for Innovation and Sustainability for International Development as a partner, associate partner, sorry. So the original project idea actually came from Alexandru Beresko, whom you can see here, along with Irina. Alexandru has been a volunteer at Eurodoc, and within this doctoral student junior researchers council, he realized this core need, not just for Ukrainian universities, but of course at a broader European level, of developing an open peer review platform. So he created this network, and by representing the Lviv Technical University, he met with different representatives of the partner universities, and in 2019 this idea was discussed and basically approved, and the project was centered around the key problems of inefficient quality assurance and low level of internationalization of the higher educational system in general. Displaced higher education institutions in Ukraine, some of them not having enough support, especially for young researchers, for doctoral researchers. The lack of recognition for values and academic integrity in general. So seeking to provide some value and encourage young researchers. Widespread practices of academic misconduct and plagiarism, especially when we talk about, for example, Ukrainian, Armenian, or Moldovan students using English language sources or other sources. It's very hard to detect the plagiarism, of course, as well as systemic problem which limits the capacity for tangible progress in education quality. So the solutions that this Optima project has offered are to focus on integrity, which is based on the fundamental principle of transparency. Sorry, transparency, which is one of the main ethical principles of a researcher, of course. So transparency through open peer review in this particular case. Also, we talk about the transparency and openness, which are key ingredients to build and spread integrity culture based on trust, and in a broader sense, transparency as a core principle of open science. So this all fits into the vision of open innovation, open science, and open to the world. And this is reflected in the structure of the Optima project, with 6 working packages. So some of them you see they are quite similar to Minerva project. For example, the first one was based on needs analysis, so understanding what are the best practices, but also what are the needs and how to fit them within the open peer review platform design. And then the second one was specifically devoted to the development of the open peer review platform, the testing, but also providing support for this platform. And the third one was based on the content, so providing courses for young researchers and trainers on open science. And we are talking about MOOC courses most of the time, and open online courses for PhD students, sometimes integrated in their curricula also. Now we are also talking about the quality plan, of course, dissemination, exploitation, and management. As you can see here, the whole project has been focused on several key terms. So starting with open science, but also developing an open science taxonomy. So apart from open access, open data, we were also talking about open science evaluation, open science policies, and more specifically the tools, repositories, services, workflow. And a lot of them, you see, have to do with the data and the open peer review. So the altmetrics, for example, the bibliometrics, webometrics, all of these were key concepts for the project. Now, the project started with a survey analysis, understanding the awareness and attitudes in Ukraine towards open science. There were 2 of them in 2018 and 2020. Next. And here are the results. So as you can see, among young scientists under 35, 70% of them declared that they are not aware or they haven't participated in any open research practices. So it shows a huge gap and the need of this kind of projects like Optima project. This gap has just a bit decreased by 4%, even a bit less than 4% in 2020. So this gives you an idea of how much work has to be done in Ukraine, but I'm sure also it's a similar situation in Moldova and Armenia. We were talking about this in the morning. So the strategy was to work on more open access and open science practices, but also to increase the academic integrity and to improve educational quality. So these are 3 guiding strategies of the project, basically. So here is to give you an idea of what is an open peer review platform. We are talking about a digital space where researchers can submit a work. It can be a conference paper, it can be a manuscript, and they can benefit from an open peer review. And it can be, we are still discussing, maybe Irina could talk also more about that if you have questions. It can be completely open, like with published names of reviewers, or the names of reviewers might not be disclosed officially. So there are different options, different things that can be arranged. Here you have a completely open peer review where you have the names of referees and the reports of referees available. So that is like the extreme of openness, so to say. And if we can move forward. So the plan for this open peer review platform is to develop, first of all, and then test and implement this platform in Ukraine, but as I said, to open it up especially to other East European countries, and to build an international virtual community of peer reviewers and researchers. As well as there are some, of course, indicators of the project as such to support at least 10 academic conferences for young researchers with the platform and the community. So at the beginning, with the small steps, the platform is focusing on international conferences, but the purpose is also to support anyone who is interested in these subjects. So I think this is a... No, this is some, yeah, I think we can skip this because it's again reference to the open peer review platform. And here are the more important numbers. So based on the surveys, some of the key obstacles or challenges that have been identified by Ukrainian participants are, as you can see, more than half of them declare the lack of recognition for reviewers. Again, more than half inertia of Ukrainian academic community and lack of technology. Some still important numbers, 1/3 almost said that there is a lack of info on open peer review and lack of reasons for open peer review implementation for editors. So there is a lot of work to be done about increasing awareness why open peer review platform matters and why is it important, why does it represent an advantage. And of course, 20% said that there is a lack of support from authorities, and if, for example, the university management or governance doesn't support it, or the national ministry doesn't support it, of course it is a challenge to implement such an ambitious and innovative project. Next. So a bit, maybe a bit about the background of the project and also more specific target audience of the project. We were talking about the temporarily displaced universities, so we were talking before the current Russian war. We're talking about the Donbas region, Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and where there were already in 2014, 18 displaced higher education institutions, and in late 2021, most of them were still struggling with infrastructure, funding, and human resource problems. Next. And of course, everything that is going on now, since February 2022, the number has increased to 43 higher education institutions that have been suffering from constant shelling or being displaced, and 5 of them were completely destroyed. You see here a picture of a professor from Kharkiv University in front of the destroyed university. So the challenges that are facing Ukrainian universities at this moment is, first of all, the reduction of the number of working places and salary, destroyed infrastructure, laboratories, but also the fact that professors and students are mobilized, they are on the front lines, and of course including for Optima project, as you can see, Alexandru himself, he could not participate physically here because of the emergency situation and martial law in Ukraine. Many women are left alone with children and family, while men are in the army or they are not allowed to go out abroad to leave the country. And there is also a strong migration of doctoral candidates, students, and lack of new incoming students at Ukrainian higher education institutions. And of course, the general uncertainty about the higher education, the research, and the future of young researchers. Of course, all of this has consequences for the mental health, and when we talk about the European projects and the success of projects like Optima, in conditions of constant and excessive stress and threats, it is difficult to focus on projects and the deliverables and the successful implementation of an open peer review platform, but we do hope that this project will be successfully delivered and implemented and will be a success in the end. So here again you have a bit more examples of the first Ukrainian open peer review service on which Optima open peer review platform is relying on also, and you have the link. Please do not hesitate to consult it and inform yourself more about it. We will share, of course, the slides also. Yes, and here are the Optima social media accounts. If you would like, please follow the project and find out more about it. Thank you very much.
Natalia, thanks a lot, and I would like only to add that I had the honor and opportunity to collaborate with Alexandru We have a good synergy between two projects, and we even also with the RINA being started to develop like a prototype of Minerva, but dealing just specifically with the open science in Ukraine. So we designed the open project, and this project will be consolidated. This is a proposal, of course, not a project. It is a proposal. We have to redesign a little bit because we did some mistakes during the submission last year, but I hope that this year, if the consortium will decide, we will again resubmit it, and we will have opportunity to implement the open in Ukraine. The same, we have additional one project in Georgia with whom we have a synergy. For the time being, we have not online our colleagues, and therefore I would like to continue to be in time and not to close on you. Dear Irina, please share with us your experience. So, dear colleagues, you know that Irina is representing electronic information for libraries. It's established for main office, it's in the Netherlands. IFL, and we have IFL as associated partners. We didn't include it in the full consortium, but they agreed to support us with their expertise and to be associated partners with the Minerva. And in Ukraine, yeah, by the way.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me well at the back. So I'd like to keep building on today's topic, building open science culture. And I would like to start with this open access dashboard, which is supposed to be a global or international monitoring tool to track percentage of open access content from different countries, and it's being built by Curtin University in Australia. And if we look at percentage of open access publications in Armenia, for example, we see 41%, and out of them, yellow 8% means that these are open access publications published in journals. Then blue means both publications in open access journals and also repositories. And then green means, blue means repositories, and green means both journals and repositories. If we look more closely, in which journals these publications are made openly available, then over half of them are published in full open access journals, and then a certain percentage in journals which are called hybrid, where an author can choose whether this article is published openly or in closed access. And then there is also a small percentage of journals where there is free access to this content, but that free access might be closed. When we look at repositories, we see that there is a very high percentage of publications in preprint repositories, and that's very unique for Armenia, where a lot of preprints, like researchers are really practicing preprints for many years. So you can see that out of those repositories where publications are available, these are preprint repositories, and then the rest are institutional repositories. But if we look at which institutional repositories, then preprints, of course, archive. And then for institutional repositories, you see Ghent University, you see Latin American repositories, you see a repository from Switzerland, from Serbia, which is a nuclear sciences, nuclear physics research institute, US Department of Energy, MIT. So you see all the CERN. So you see mainly research in high energy physics made available in discipline or large repositories of large universities, and it would be great to see more repositories from Armenia in that list. This dashboard also offers institutional pages for some universities. So there are only 2 universities from Armenia so far. So one of them is our dear colleagues, and you see that here institutional percentage is even higher than national percentage, because really you made a lot of efforts to ensure that open access is practiced. So more researchers are publishing in open access journals. National average was 8, here it's 20%, and then also institutional repositories is growing, and this percentage of posts in the journals and in repositories is high. So I think that's a good example, that's a good result of the project. That's really well above national average. And if you look at Tier 1 state university, so maybe, I don't know, maybe because it's with high energy physics or with medical research, maybe it's mainly published in English, so maybe that's why the search engine really and databases pick it and promote. With Tier 1 state university, this percentage is smaller, but I think if you have more content in your repository, it would also go higher. And I think there is also this issue of indexing content in languages which are not English. So for example, I don't know what is your percentage, like if you know roughly how much you publish in English and how much you publish in Armenia, is it?
I think 75% in English.
In your university as well?
Minerva State University, no.
Yeah, so I see.
Some local journals, so maybe the main part, huge part is in Armenia, so that's why it's not represented in that percent.
Yeah, and that's why I think we have to work with a tool and make sure that they index all the content in Armenian language as well. So similarly for Moldova, and I think that's even trickier, because in Moldova you have your largest repository, you have a lot of institutional repositories, but this percentage is still quite small. Because I think even the number of publications that they are showing from Moldova is a lot less than real number of publication, and I think there is an additional effort that should happen to connect all the repositories that you have with this tool, and also other international databases, to make sure that all excellent research which is already available in open access is more visible.
Because our representatives from Moldova, who have international projects, doesn't recognize our national instrument, and they push invite some institutional repository to be interoperable from different.
Yeah, but I think it should be all. It should be institutional and also your tool. Here you see there is a high percentage of institutional repositories, smaller percentage of preprints than in the Armenian case. But then if you look at institutional repositories, they are also mainly from large European universities, where probably researchers author papers. They have Technical University of Moldova also on the institutional level. And I think here is also not correct information, because you have many more, because it just says 90% open access, total 821 publications, but like even in the repository we saw today, there are over 20,000. So that's I think one of the efforts that could happen, is to make sure that all your repositories are registered and indexed in databases which they use to design this monitoring tool. Another element which is, I think, important for building open science culture, and you have it already in Armenia and in Moldova, it's about recognizing strategic importance of open science at the institutional level, and the presence of some decision-making people today means that it's really recognized. And as you see in Europe overall, these are graphs from report from the European University Association. Open science is either very high or high on the agenda of over half European universities. So it's really, it's a trend now that a university can't miss. And then existence of institutional policies is also a trend, and that's really all my compliments to you who adopted those institutional policies. Then the next step, and it's an action kit from the European University Association. It's a checklist what universities could do to implement open science. And high-level policy and strategy is really good. But it would also be good if open access and open science is included in research assessment workflows. It's really good when costs for open access publishing are monitored, and then when researchers are encouraged to publish in journals that don't charge and that's a vision that European University Association suggested for, it's called European University Association Open Science Agenda 25. And I think it would be really great if in your countries as well, really academic institutions maintained ownership of scholarly communication and publishing infrastructures, where they could practice fair research data management, where there could be a path for new professionals, data-intensive professionals, active alignment in the European Open Science Cloud, responsible, transparent, and sustainable research assessment systems, and open science is part of research assessment systems. And when assessment is really based on qualitative and not quantitative metrics. And to achieve this vision, there is a new European Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment. And there is one participant from Moldova State University. And let's hope it was a conscious decision, and they'll really advance this agenda. But this coalition is open to any university who is interested to be part of the discussions how research assessment could be done differently. And there are already some good examples to build on. So, for example, one of them is from University of Norway. And it was a collective process where all the universities in Norway decided that they will come up with principles for research assessment that recognize and reward academics for practicing open science. So they also say that they should be measuring quality and excellence for a better balance between quantitative and qualitative metrics. And then they also say that bibliometric indicators should only be used with cautious and supplemented with other information like peer review, peer experts review. Then recognizes that academics and researchers could have several competencies, so maybe not everyone can really write good papers. And maybe they shouldn't be writing good papers because maybe they can be better as lecturers, or they could be better as science communicators with society, and then they shouldn't be pushed to publish, but they should be rewarded for all those other talents that they have as academics. Then open science practices should be included in research assessment and evaluation. And it should really be practiced, so they're not only principles, but they should really be implemented in job descriptions, job announcements, and also in recruitment and appraisal processes that are happening. And then they are describing a number of detailed steps, like which kind of outputs they would recognize for each of the career paths. And then they are saying that they would like to have something like automated CVs. And those CVs could be quickly generated from, they also have a quiz system, so that a researcher with just a couple of clicks could generate an up-to-date CV, which is contextual CV, which includes all this additional quantitative data. And I think this kind of like assisting, making sure that all the open science tools, repositories, everything are built in a way that in the end it's really easier for researchers to report about their activities and also present themselves with up-to-date information about their research activities. Norway was not the only country. Netherlands did the same. Also, all universities in the Netherlands, they came up with this paper which they call Room for Everyone's Talent. And they are saying that research is not the only career path. Education is also a career path. Research impact, leadership are career paths, and researchers should be rewarded for that. And also university staff. And also like even patient care, if we're talking about medical universities. And that's what they are promoting and stimulating Dutch academics to choose a career path that they want. Maybe it's not research, maybe it's leadership or something else, and then reward that in research assessment processes. Then another example is from Ghent University. So they decided that they evaluate researchers too often, and it's a lot of pressure. So they said that they will only do this every 5 years, and because national law requires 5 years for that, and then they would really combine these bibliometric tools with, they will combine indicators with peer review driven assessment, so they really rely on qualitative research here. And University College London is another example, who specifically issued guidelines, so they call it University College London bibliometric policy. And they described how bibliometric tools could be used in the university and couldn't be used, shouldn't be used. So for example, I think that's interesting about H-index. So they are saying avoid applying metrics to individual researchers, particularly metrics which do not account for individual variations of circumstances. For example, H-index shouldn't be used to directly compare individuals because number of papers and citations differ dramatically among fields and at different points of career. So that's H-index isn't really a proper tool to evaluate senior researchers and early career researchers from all the disciplines, and there are lots of other specific recommendations. One of the ideas that I have maybe for your institutional open science platforms or national open science platforms, it's from University of Reading in the UK, and they collected case studies of open research from their university, and these are short stories how open access helps the university, and they are, for example, some of them about creating archives, some of them are really about climate modeling, surgery, reproducible discussions, data for clean energy, modeling sun winds, PhD research impact and visibility, and many more. And if you are interested, I will be happy to work with you. If you could tell what's your story, what is a good research that you have, and we'll be happy to write up this story and promote it. And I think you can put it on your university pages about open science. Then we are talking all that in the context when government of Armenia agreed that, and also government of Moldova, that they will be implementing UNESCO recommendation on open science. And it means that they will be asked to report how they are implementing these recommendations and these national policies that Olesea mentioned this morning. They are based on good practices in European Union, but also UNESCO recommendation on open science. And some of the areas which are really important for building this research culture and open culture is that researchers in universities, researchers and students really understand what open science is, what are the benefits, what are the challenges, and what are paths that they could take to implement open science. Invest in open science infrastructures and services, and make sure that they really increase discoverability of content in non-English language, because I think it's not a challenge to promote content in English, it's a challenge to promote content in Armenian and in Romanian. And then I think this investment in human resources is important, and maybe that's a next step that new universities could take, and Natalia was presenting Optima. I think it's really important that open science is included in research methods courses in universities, and it's really, even if it's 2 hours, of course 2 hours is not enough to cover everything open science related, but at least make sure that all your master and PhD students receive at least, I don't know, half a day training on open science as part of their professional, part of their research methodology courses or digital literacy courses, and some ideas which topics those courses would include, and we'll be happy. In Optima, we're creating a handbook for PhD and master students on open science, and we'll be happy to share that with you if you are interested. And then my last part, and that's what I was showing Netherlands as an example, that they have so much developments going on in open science, and it's really top down, but it's also bottom up. And they do it via this network of open science communities. And it's a movement that started in the Netherlands. And these are researchers, librarians, research administrators, but mainly researchers, like those who we used to call open science champions. So now they are not really champions, they are at the core of open science community at the university. And they drive this open science agenda, which is also very important for research funders in Europe. And now these open science communities also exist in other institutions and in other countries. And maybe this idea of, and maybe because you were talking about coordination, so maybe this national open science community is an idea to make sure that there is a better coordination among researchers, librarians, research infrastructures, other actors in the area. And yeah, there is a toolkit. So thank you very much, and yeah, I don't know, we have time for questions and discussions, maybe over coffee break, and yeah, I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I think these are exciting times, and you've done a lot. So once again, congratulations. And
to be on the frame, to say like this, if we can, on the new trends in EU and to know the situation concerning also our position within the EU platforms. It was very valuable for today's meeting. Thank you very much. And the last presentation today, I would like to invite Matteo Martini, who is our partner and a colleague, friend from the Guglielmo Marconi University of Rome, Italy. And then we can continue our networking and discussions during the warm coffee break. And the short presentation then how we will work tomorrow, I will do after the Matteo presentation. Matteo, please.
Thank you very much. What I want to underline in this presentation is just a review of what we achieved during our appointment in Rome. The first one was online, the second one was in presence. But in particular, what I want to underline is my personal concluding remarks from Minerva project and the future of the open science conclusion in which we arrived during these years. This is exactly the same picture shown by Anna this morning, because sometimes outside Minerva, we always confuse open science with open access. Open science is like an umbrella. Open access is just one of the terms that we normally use, but we have all these other aspects that we studied together during Minerva and in which we conclude some important remarks. All these aspects are worthy to be developed for their impact on research, since now in this session we are talking about the effect of open access and open science in research. But I think that all these aspects are also important for the future of Minerva and for new projects that we want to develop together. Just some words about the study visit that we had in Rome. The first one in 2021. During the study visit, we organized a meeting in which we meet some important representatives from the Italian researcher institutes. In particular, we meet experts from the Italian Institute of Nuclear Physics, the National Research Council in Italy, and the network of the Castelli Romani libraries that include a large number of scientific libraries. Why we organize this study visit in this way? Because we want to show you how in Italy the research sectors is now implementing open access and open science in their research and the effect that open science had on the research activity. This is just the slide with the presenter that we had in Rome during the first study visit, and we have also the keynote speech from Stefano Bianco that is representative of the Italian Institute of Nuclear Physics for open science, not only for the institute but also for the Council of the Rectors of the Italian University. Because now the important, this is the study, the last in presence visit that we had some weeks ago in Rome, in which we, in particular, we go through the importance of open data, the other part of our umbrella, and in which we understand together with the expert of Guglielmo Marconi how to prepare data and metadata, when I talk about data, and how we have to prepare this data to be shared with the scientific community. What is the lesson that we learned from this study visit? The first one is very simple. Also the director before said this one. Not work alone. We have to work together. For example, we, during Minerva, we developed our repositories for open science and open access. But in Italy, for example, now we are moving to shared repositories, divided for scientific sector. This is one of the most important. The repository is developed for the nuclear physics aspect, developed by the Italian Institute of Nuclear Physics, in which we can find all the preprints, thesis, article, notes related to nuclear physics. Moving together with the shared repositories is important because in this way we have larger repository for sure. We have to maintain just one repository because now during Minerva we developed our internal repository. Now the most important aspect is to maintain the repository that we developed during this year for the future. Now I want to be a bit provocative. Let me go through the bad side, the dark side of open science and open access. For sure, we have some advantages and disadvantages when we talk about open science. Concerning the advantages, for sure, developing countries and small institutes have access to articles. Open access articles reach broader audience. Free access to information, straight transfer, development, and valorization of knowledge. These are the advantages of open science. But since now we have to think about the sustainability of the project results, but also to go ahead in the open science research, we have to consider also the present disadvantages. Open access journals do not yet have the same reputation of the traditional journal. This is one important aspect if we consider the researcher's point of view. I'm a researcher, so let me show the dark side of open access from my personal point of view, of the researcher point of view. We have, this is a very important problem, an increased number of predatory journals. We will go through this aspect in the next slide. The subscription cost before, avoid double dipping, but the subscription cost before was in charge of the libraries. Now the APC very often is in charge of the researcher that has to publish its work. To publish a work in open access, you have to pay the article processing cost. So you have to find additional funding, not at the institutional level, but at the researcher's level, to pay your publication. Let's start from advantages. The question is very simple. Does open science work? In this plot, I report the ratio among the average number of citation of open access journal divided by non-open access journal for different fields. One means that you have the average number of citation is exactly the same. This part means that the open access journal has more citation rate than the non-open access. You can see that all these dots are in this part. This means that open access journal permit to reach a broader audience. This is an important result. Why we have different dots, for example, for the same fields? Because this depends on the system that you use to calculate the citation, Google Scholar, Web of Science. But all these dots are in this side of the picture. This means that for a researcher, publishing in open access means having more citation than when we publish in non-open access journal. Let me open a parenthesis. A broader diffusion of our article produces another important effect. If we see at this table, we have for different selected countries the number of naturalized, that means professor, senior or junior that acquire the nationality of the country, foreign senior professor, and below this is foreign junior professors. If you see the results of Australia, you have this impressive number. The same we have for Canada, for United States, partially for United Kingdom. If we see at European country, you have to consider that we are not presently attractive for foreign professors. Let's see the disaster in Italy. 1%, 1%, 0%, 1%. This situation is comparable to Korea. This means that reach a broader audience for our research is important to make the country more attractive for foreign professors that arrive in our country and increase the quality of our research. Open access and impact factor. This is what I said before. From the researcher point of view, the number of citations for sure is bigger, but we have to consider also the impact factor. Unfortunately, now, and this is the top-down speech, the policies that we have impose a bibliometric dictatorship in a certain sense. We have to consider also the impact factor of the journal in which we publish. If we compare the impact factor, for example, in this picture, the 2 years impact factor for medicine and health, comparing different period, the impact factor of open access journal with subscription journal, non-open access, we have this situation. And the same for other disciplines. If we divide this bin of open access in gold or silver open access, you can see that if you pay for APC, the impact factor is a bit higher. If you are not paying to publish, the impact factor is too low. This is for sure a problem that we have to consider when we ask to our researcher to publish in open access.
That was 10 years ago, 2012, maybe now it's
I will go to the present.
Huh?
The situation is even worse because it's stopped by the predatory journal.
Yes.
The research, the results that I show you is published in this journal, BMC Medicine. This is an open access journal. Fantastic. Open access journal means that I can read freely the article, download, and make whatever I want. To publish in this journal, BMC, you have to pay APC that goes from 2,500 to 3,500 pounds plus VAT. This is the normal cost, the average cost of APC when we want to publish in open access. Another important aspect, this is what I call the principle of conservation of gain. If we compare the average cost of the APC in gold or hybrid open access, this price is absolutely comparable with the subscription cost of the journal. This means that the gain of the journals remain the same if we publish in open access or if we pay to read the journal. During the last study visit in Rome, I'm now entering in the most recent part, the problem of the predatory journal, because our institution asked us to publish in open access. Not only our institution, but also the European Commission now asked to publish in open access. I told you this history. In 2013, John Bannon, that is a researcher, sent a paper from Okarafuko Banj, that is a biologist, of the WOS Institute of Medicine in Asmara, to more than 300 open access journals in the world. The paper describes the anti-cancer properties of a chemical extracted from a lichen. More than 300 open access journals. The paper was accepted by more than half of this journal. Only 98 reject this paper. From the 49 journals that is missing in the sum, 29 seem to be derelict with the website abandoned, while 20 are still reviewing the paper after 10 years. What is the problem of this history? The problem is this one. Okarafuko Banj does not exist. WOS Institute does not exist. No discovery was made from lichen, and the submitted paper was plenty of trivial scientific errors. This is the problem of the predatory journal that we are now observing in research. This history was told by John Bannon in Science. You can read the results of this research. This is the first list of predatory journals that he identified in this research. What is the main problem of this predatory journal? The first one is the peer review, that is completely missing sometimes. For example, the APC for this kind of journal in average goes through from $300 to $600. Very low compared with 3,500 pounds asked from BMC. This is exactly the list that you find in this kind of journal. Quality peer review, short reviewing and publishing time, very fast. Research value creation and open access. That is the important aspect that we are looking for. Sometimes when we go to the editorial board of this kind of journal, you find something like this. You cannot find the open access, the editorial board. In other case, you can find in the editorial board a lot of big name in your research sector, but are dead, are passed away. Or sometimes you can find something like this. This is an article from Nature. Thousands of researchers in Australia appear on the editorial board of predatory journal. And they don't know to be part of this editorial board. I found my name in a journal in which I was in the editorial board. I have no information about that. Well, for many scientific sector, one of the quality parameters that we follow is if the journal is indexed in Scopus, for example. This is another article published some years ago that told that more than 300 predatory journals was found in Scopus. Now, you know how hard it is to be indexed in Scopus for your journal. This kind of journals succeed to enter into Scopus. Why they are predatory? Because the peer review, that is a fundamental aspect of scientific research, is completely missing. What is the effect of asking to bibliometric aspect for the evaluation of research? Is this one, that we have to publish more and more. This is the number of articles published in various fields during years, and you can find that the number was increased a lot. Why this? Because we ask to our researcher to publish a lot. We ask on the other side to publish to our researcher to publish in open access, and we have this kind of problem now. So what happened is this one. We have created practically a new economical market. If you compare, if you see the number in this picture, the number of predatory journals that are open, you will see that this shape increased year by year. And after 2012, this number increased even more. Why? Because the number of policies related to open access start increasing. Our institutes ask for publishing open access, the European Commission asks to publish in open access, and we have to be very careful about the aspect of predatory journal. This other picture shows the articles published in predatory journal divided by scientific sector. As you can see, in physics and astronomy is the lowest bit in this picture. Why? Because in physics, now in nuclear and particle physics, now we work in very large collaboration. Working in very large collaboration permits to select very selected journals in which we are publishing. For sure, the scientific sector in which we have the smallest group of researchers that work together, and for sure they have less funds than to the very large collaboration, this kind of research sector are most sensitive to the predatory journal, because you have to publish, you have less funds, and you have to save money to publish your work.
Or maybe you have archive in physics and the scopes in physics.
That
so that's
a
also
lot.
That's how open access helps biology physics.
Sure. This other picture shows you the number of the article processing cost in y-axis versus the articles published in this kind of journal. Now, as you can see, the majority of dots are in these parts here. This means that we publish a lot of articles in the predatory journal when we have less APC, and this is clear. The origin, the country of origin of the predatory journal is concentrated a lot in Asia and in particular in India. This is the effect of the results. Before publishing, I already suggested you during our last study visits this website that is thinkchecksubmit.org, that is based on this list that is always updated. This is Bill's list that contains all the identified predatory journals in every scientific sector. This is very important. Before publishing an article, check if the journal that you identified is in this list or not. What are the conclusions? For sure, in many scientific areas, we have to avoid the creation of new journals since the impact factor of this journal will be negligible for years. Increased collaboration and funded projects that cover the price of open access publication in trusted journal. This is fundamental. Create repositories where upload preprints but also data, thesis, notes, and everything useful for research, and promote, as we learned from our first study visit, share repository to increase material and for a broader distribution of their contents. For sure, Minerva project went in the right direction, arriving to this conclusion, and planting a seed for future collaborations in which we can understand and go through the other aspect of the open science, and in particular, what emerged from our discussion, open data is an important aspect that we can discuss together. Thank you.
Dear Mattia, thank you very much for your fruitful and nice presentation. Sigur. Acum doriți So I would like to say that this is our last today presentation. I'm going to say then concluding words, but Mr. Kožakar would like to have additional 3 minutes.
Excuse me, because I say a lot about open science, but I would like to see how open science works in real time. In Moldova, I think the internet will... Okay. You can see this Steam.nd, it's like a national gateway on open science in Moldova. It's a interconnection with different databases, and you can see in real time how many persons, publications, organizations, projects, conferences, and here's a number of publications for each year that are indexed in that databases. And if you want to see publications, redirect from the sources. I will talk about our institute, national official sites, and we have open science part. It's information about what is open science here in Moldova. Here you can see in real time all the events that we have online translation. Here you can see our events in real time. And we have more than 1,000 subscribers that are informed about this one. I will get to the national database of publications. Here you can see in real time the number, each number of journals or conferences are indexed. Here you can see in real time all of the publications that are added in this database, and Google Scholar crowd this information, and you can see here in Scopus have DOI in open access. You can access the publication. Another one, here you can see in real time all the information about how many publications are, how many journals are on open access in Duaj, and you need only to have one click to see and to convince that it's like this decision based on data. Each journal have their own page in that databases, and you can use a lot of indicators, probability indicators, arithmetic indicators to see and to evaluate. Each person who has access to the internet can evaluate the journal. Another very good tool, what we calculate, it's about, where is it? A lot of statistics. A lot of statistics. It's a page of journals. You can see how many publications are classified and how many publications are DOI, how many, a lot of information about international visibility in each database are indexed, and you can verify that this information is true or not. We have a lot of statistics. You can see how many publications have DOI, how many, and a very important indicator from open science is the difference between time when publications were published and when is indexed in our databases. And when we start, we need to, when we start data, calculate these indicators, we have more than 1,000 years of delay, added different need to compare that. And you can see this delay from journals, and you can see how many percent of these journals are on time, and you can see from how many years from journals we start to index those journals. 2008 was founded our organization, and we start to decrease, and you can see the numbers of years starting to 1,000 years, and we now 15 years of delay for journals, and this delay from conferences. And here you can see how we decrease these publications, and we can calculate a medium from delay from each article to reduce this time. Another very important compartment we have from very important resources. We talk about pseudo-scientific journals. We are doing the same exercise. We publish in the two journals, Tarababu, and they accept. They give our certificate after 2 years, 2 hours. And after that, we find more than 460 persons from Moldova, starting to rectors, academicians, doctorants, who pay a lot of money to publish in this. And after that, we develop a kind of list of our not recommended journals. And you can see how many, it's a link for all digital collections from all our repository that are indexed, registered from the different resources. This is a very, very good information. The last one instrument is Conferința. We have another register of conferences, and what you are doing is a real-time registry, and we can see all the conferences that are organized, and it generates this registry in real time, and here we can inform about different events, and you can see the information that appear, publications but are not indexed. They have indexes, they have a license. Here you can see the video and a lot of information in a single gateway. It's only a very, very small part of our instrument, and the last one is infra. I will give you some booklets, but it's in Romanian, I understand, but from Italian it's a very, doesn't need some additional information to understand it. But what is important, you have access to the links, and you can see a lot of information about our infrastructure that we identify. Thank you so much. I understand that in Moldova we have real instruments, it's work, but we need to consolidate all the community to be visible at the international level, not only at the national. Thank you for
I'm inviting you to visit the web page of the Institute, and you will really find a lot of instruments, and our Armenian colleagues would be inspired and share the experience of the Institute. And I'm really happy to say that really it's a time to work together. I mean, on the national levels, and of course to continue our international cooperation as well. So therefore, by this, I would like to end today's event. So I'm closing the second session. I would like to thank you very much being with us till this time in such a nice environment and fresh one. So this, I also would like to thank our colleagues who were following us online. But closing today's event, I would like to say that we are not closing Minerva project yet, because the end of the project will be 14th of January. We still have activities in all our main work packages. So in work package 2, we are going to start with the public discussion on our white papers in Moldova. Armenian partners will have their internal procedure in order to adopt so-called white papers in our national levels. We will involve all our national coordinator bodies in the discussions before these documents will go to the ministries. Within the work package 3, we are continuing to consolidate all our infrastructure issues, specifically anti-plagiarism tool in Armenia. This is our main result to be concluded here. And within the work package 4, building capacities, we are still conducting training activities for young researchers and experienced researchers, so these things will be finalized till the end. And of course we will work on the sustainability issues, which will be discussed tomorrow. So I would like to say that tomorrow we will have a consortium meeting between partners, so invited partner organizations, specifically I would like to see institutional coordinators, assistants, and financial managers, because we will discuss about the reporting. This is one of the main issues, and concerning the sustainability and impact maximization of our Minerva project. But I would like to say that taking the situation here, we will move. So it was planned that we will have this tomorrow meeting in this room. But I'm afraid that you will be not, to say like this, willing to come and therefore we change the place, the venue. So we are inviting you at the Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova, building A, it's a main building. On the 3rd floor we have a Senate room. And in that room we will have this working meeting of the partners. So please be there. We are starting at 9 o'clock. And then tomorrow I will then in the morning explain you how we will work tomorrow. So again, thank you very much. Stay safe and enjoy Chișinău, our Armenian